thoughts until my power draws. I'm elemental, my second sleep. I am perpetual, I keep the country clean. I'm elected, electric spine. I'm protected, electric eye. I'm elected, electric spine. I'm elected, protected, detective, electric eye.
Damn, that shit's cool. Fucking Dragon Ball Z soundtrack never gets old. Alright, let's see here. Make sure I only have open the windows that I need. Cool, cool. Got Discord open. We're fucking going. Oh, shit. Yoink. Oh, shit. There we go. Now we're moving. So today, there's going to be a manifesto drop from Wick's channel on President Sunday over all of the Brianna Wu stuff. So we're basically just gonna kind of kill time until that happens. I'm not gonna lie. Ginny Matrix is on the fucking case, bro. So I'm waiting for that. These fucking unbelievable losers. I watched Demon Mama's coverage of it, and it was fucking insane. Cyrax? Let me search what that is. The worst person on the internet. Cyrax documentary. Why is this? Hold on, let's just go to Wikitubia. I tried to get them to make a channel called Sunday Evidence Drop and make it private so no one could see in it to make them paranoid, but it was a no-go. Well, did something leak about them? Is there a reason for them to be paranoid? He has mods and people in Wix Discord. Well, were they discussing this whole thing out in the fucking open? In Wix Discord? Wait a second. Hold on. No, they weren't. Surely they weren't, like, actually in the general chat talking about this, right? Also, Casey, your reply doesn't show up when I open up this tweet. It does say that there is a additional reply that may contain offensive content, but when I click show, nothing shows up. So you've been censored by Elon. Yes, because I'm private. Oh, well, that's the reason. I'm not allowed to follow anyone because I'm banned on Twitter. Copy and paste what you said in chat, I guess. I don't know. But if you want to follow my friend's Twitter, that is the I almost said gamer tag, the Twitter handle. All right, right there, Easy Gamer GG. That's my friend's Twitter. That represents all of my opinions 100% of the time, unless I need to disavow them, in which case it's just my friend, not me. Try to decide what, how to kill time. Should we go over Demon Mama's very dumb bullshit, or should we just vibe until then? Nice professional Twitter name that people can take seriously. Listen, EZ Gamer GG is a really cool Twitter name, okay? I like that. That should be my fucking gamer tag. All right? I can't believe that one was never taken. Gamer tag you created at age 12? Well, the one that I created at age 12 was Sondsol, so that's why my name is this. Easy Gamer GG. Now that's an epic gamer name. You need to listen to his Sound of Silence cover? Whose Sound of Silence cover? Oh, the Cyrax person? Do I have to? If he's like a... Is it still up? Stop. Okay, it's the first, it's the first thing that pops up. Can I show the video? Okay, it's just...
That's because the other Cyrax is the fake. I have mine with 2 X's. I own this name, bish.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because of this
Okay, yeah, I've had enough of that. I've had quite enough of that. Thank you very much. Oh, fuck my life. I hate lolcows so much. I can't handle them anymore. The cringe is actually too much for me with like a lot of lolcows nowadays. Like I literally can't handle the cringe. It goes so hard, bro. You're so right. It goes so hard, bro. Let me see here. Let's look at some real life. Let's look at some real life news. All right. We'll get into the swing of things. The ADD medicine kicked in already, but we'll just like ease into stream. We'll let people filter in, and then once people have filtered in, we'll get into the Brianna Wu stuff. Lav is back? No. Rez, please God, no, please God. He has the Garfunkel look, but not the sound. Damn, bro. What the fuck, dude? That was that's brutal. Where is Lav back? Impish Goblet. What did Kyle say? Well, I don't know yet. The video title is Matt Gaetz fucked up, but he censored it. Impish Goblet. I assume you mean on Twitter, or do you mean on Twitch, on YouTube, on what? Where did she Twitch? Oh man, is she like trying to get back into the space? Because I don't want to ever be put into a position where I have to be on her on a panel with her. The 2 times I've ever had to interact with that fucking demon woman. I don't even say she's a demon because of all the Destiny stuff. She's just annoying as fuck. And smug and stupid. Okay, Rez, DM me the link. We can go over Destiny stuff now that I'm no longer on Twitch. Why not? Fuck it. You know? Fuck it. Shoot it to me on Discord, okay? An interview with Conservative News now that Wu shit is happening. Did Brianna and Lav ever interact with each other? I can't remember, dude. Too much stupid shit going on. Oh, is she live right now? Commercial break in progress. Yes, on Twitter? Okay. I don't even remember that shit.
And I've been very respectful as to today to not bring up that night, and to even when people ask me about it, be like, I'm not rehashing it. But if he feels comfortable talking about that.
Oh shit, it's October. I should change the colors.
I have nothing to say about it. I guess. But yeah, I've been very vocal about it being a pleasant experience for me, and with pleasantry comes moisture for some women. And me personally, I am a girl who expels moisture. I'm like the Monica Lewinsky of Twitch. That's pretty funny. Ask Destiny why he thinks it's okay to insult women for being groomed, but he gets big baby mad when someone says he abandoned his kid. I should have read that in my brain before reading it out loud. Now I'm caught in the crossfire of having read that out loud. If you wanted to move past this, you would stop talking about it. You keep farming this. At first I thought Destiny has to be exaggerating how much you love this, but I guess not. Best of luck, bud. I started off this whole live talking about fall and talking about how I just moved and how it's raining outside. And then people kept asking me questions, and I feel comfortable in answering them. Like, I wanted to move past the incessant harassment.
What's a good color for the background for Halloween?
I have no problem talking about this in like an objective way.
What does orange look like?
But yeah, if I got 1K viewers for rehashing old drama, I would too, not gonna lie. I didn't anticipate. I haven't been on Twitch for months at this point. So I had no... In the last one that I did a stream for 30 minutes, and it was like 50 viewers. So...
Can you even see if that's orange back there?
I did not anticipate
really.
this at all. Uh-oh, I just happened to get here. Who knows how it happened? I'm just a dumb girl. I don't think that you understand how, like, lucky this is that I am getting how as many viewers as I am.
It's
I
all
haven't even been
DGG. What are you
talking
talking about, you
Steven.
dumb bitch?
Well, I know I did. I said that his life was miserable. I did say that. But that was when I had 90 viewers. And since then, I've been, like, very neutral. I've been talking about how I healed. It would be strange not to acknowledge it. Yeah, I also don't have any problem with answering these questions. How long did you know YouTube?
She has no idea how not to engage with this shit, does she? She, like, literally has no fucking clue. She can't help herself.
This viewership is natural. I thought we rated or something. We got rated or something. I definitely got rated for sure. Like, this is not. This is not
It's
my
all
natural, my
DGG.
normal.
How
Are
do
you
you
ever
not
not
know
going to look
this?
like a 14-year-old? Probably not. Hey, Lav, would you want to be on Kick or Keep show? I'd go on Who's on Kick or Keep? Who does Kick or Keep? I don't.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Did you hear of the latest DDG abuse victim, Merc? I have heard of Merc. Merc off the perk. I met her 2 nights ago.
Is she an abuse victim of Destiny now?
You've been hiding in your Insta stories.
What the fuck
and
happened to
alt
Merc off the
accounts.
perk?
These are mostly DDGers on big screen. Oh. You're embedded in DDG apparently. Slay. Kelly Jean does Kick or Keep. I am not interested then. It's a Destiny show. I don't want to be involved
Man, I
in
forgot
any
all
of
of the
Destiny's
lore.
projects.
What happened with
I don't
Kelly
think.
and her?
But if he wasn't on, that seems fun. How do you respond to the idea that you were Hassan Syed designed to destroy Stephen Kenneth Photo? Yeah.
She didn't do
That's
anything
true, it's
to
all
him.
true.
Like,
Kick or Keep is the Raj show. I've heard of Raj Royale, but I've never. I
Reputational-wise,
don't really
right?
understand it.
or maybe I'm just so
How do you feel about Vim getting
Divorced.
banned in DGG? I don't know who that is. Merc is no victim. She's unhinged as fucking a self-proclaimed fraud.
true.
You guys,
I can't stop playing this game. It's just
sure
so
she is
easy to
not
play
that
while
fucking bad.
streaming.
I am sure she is not that bad. I'm sure she's just like a troll, and the like autistic men in DGG like can't handle a woman who is like not 100% serious all the time. So, do you have anything in mind? Is there a show you want to go on? No. Destiny hired and abused a poor Somalian student to host his kid. Oh, are you talking about Corantos? Corantos? I think I met Corantos before he became an orbiter through like the Zerka stuff. Was that him, or am I just?
I'm trying to get the
thinking that there's
achievement where you
another-
beat the you beat it at level 15 without shooting a single shot, but it's really hard.
Slay.
Wait,
Where have
have
we
I
heard those
beaten that
words?
achievement
I'm
already?
sure she's not that bad. I'm sure you've heard that a ton of times in fucking DDG. Destiny said he has no beef with you anymore. He said weeks ago. I mean, yeah, I don't know why we would still have beef. It's been a year and nothing has happened.
How do I see all my
And I
achievements?
haven't done anything particularly wrong to him. It's hard to have beef with someone who hasn't like done anything to you, I guess.
not badges.
I also don't. I will say, in the aftermath of the whole everything, is a lot of people are saying that I didn't take accountability, and I think that I took a ton of accountability.
How do I
I will be the
look at my
first person to say
achievements?
like I should not have thought that it was normal to use your. I knew what I was doing when I was sending pictures of my feet for screen time. I absolutely knew what I was doing. What I didn't know was that I didn't have the foresight to understand that then he also had the potential to sway his whole audience against me. I didn't even think of the fact that that could have happened. Which was not his bad. That was
He didn't
my
sway
bad.
that you. He
my bad.
fought them off
And
for
yeah,
you.
I should have never have done that. I probably should just. I didn't have to do that. Also, I don't think. But for some reason, a lot of my own personal journey has been divorcing my worth with my sexual worth, like saying that they are different things. But I don't know. Merc's entire shtick is to spam slurs and act like a victim afterwards. Actual sub.
Didn't the Merc off the perk girl like show her titties on her stream? Like kept on like, oops, lol, such an accident.
Interesting.
Oops, sorry, such an accident. Like over and over.
Oh, you're gonna get shit on for this. Hasn't done anything. Yet she was the one half of a 1,000-page hit piece. I didn't write the fucking hit piece, babe. I didn't write it. You give off pagan witch vibes. Well, Merc is actually Blav. Holy! Merc is actually Blav. I miss Blav. One thing I love to talk about is things that don't involve me. One thing I love to talk about is communities that I am not a part of. And I will never stop. I'll be honest. Remember that Black Men discussion with Annalicia and Tree of Logic? That was some good content. I think so. People will realize in 10 years that everything I say ages very well.
Steam.
Ages very, very well.
I don't want to try and do this again if I've already done it.
I'm on 2040 shit. Are you still educating men on your OnlyFans? I have not had an OnlyFans be active for, I think, almost a full year now. So I'm doing really good with not going back to sex work. And I don't think that it's ever going to be a problem again. I'm doing really well. Do you miss the good times on stream at least? You were hilarious on his stream. Of course I miss the good times. It's like,
at a showcase.
To have that many eyes on you and to have like some like star quality or star power is like really addicting, and it feels really good when you're doing it. But the backside of that is that people get really involved in your life, and people try to gaslight you, and people try to tell you who you are and stuff like that. Maybe Mark Passes is trolling to you. I think she is, but that doesn't make her a victim of TTG. As far as I know, she didn't experience any harassment, only a boost, and Destiny was not mean to her on stream. I think the way that people talk about Merc is bullying enough. You don't even, don't be daft, please. Don't be daft, please. I think it would be cool if you were to stream again. I am streaming again. I mean, obviously I'm streaming right now, but...
I'm so stupid. It was right there.
Intoxicating, no doubt. Do you still hate ABBA? Hate is, like, a very simplified version of what I feel towards ABBA. I think, I'm really angry at ABBA, and I'm hurt, and I also... Yeah, I'm angry and hurt. Would you reconsider building the bridge if only to be able to collab with people like Darius and Relly? No. I don't want to build a bridge to then be an orbiter. I would have a conversation with Steven again, but I don't think, I don't want to be talk to you. Don't do an orbiter ever again.
Good God, Destiny, don't do it. Don't do it, Destiny. No, God, a private conversation. Please, God, no. No, please. Or even
maybe one on stream. I don't know. Probably not even then, to be honest. I don't like what that opens me up to.
I'm a sex educationalist, yeah.
But I don't want beef.
I thought I'm
still waiting on that.
I'm not going to show my face in front of anyone.
Still waiting on that cease and desist. Destiny said he'll react to parts of your stream later tonight. You guys are only going to send him the parts where I'm I talk about how miserable his life is. Not the parts, you aren't going to show him the parts where I said that he's probably perfectly happy in his life.
Well, I got unblocked by Keffels well before I got banned. So, but my main account is banned, John. So
he's free in an hour.
She never blocked my.
What's the relationship with Brittany Simon account now? Brittany Simon blocked me on everything last time I checked, and we have not spoken since last fall. Def risky on stream and private could be safe fine. A planet does not choose if it orbits the sun. So what's new with you? vibes. And completely
I was thinking about-
embraced my life as a,
I was actually thinking about setting
as
up a conversation with Keffels before she like made the announcement that like
housewife.
full amnesty for DGG.
I love to cook. I love to clean.
But
oh fuck!
I don't know how to get in contact with her, so
Hold on.
unless someone has her Discord name and number. Oh, I also want to talk to that Karl Max guy from.
I was supposed to put pizza in the oven. I'm being a bad housewife. I was supposed to put pizza in the oven. Yeet. Are you gonna get kids though? Yeah. Once. We're waiting on a couple things. But I hope to get pregnant not next year, but the year after. So, when I am 27.
God, can you imagine for a second having Lav as your fucking mom? Can you just imagine for a second the unimaginable fucking mental trauma that you're going to be put through? The weird fucking...
You seem way happier now.
Is Mr. Girl still her dad? I thought they had a falling out, but I can't remember.
It's crazy what therapy will do. And I don't blame this on Max at all. This is 100% me, 100% my journey. Being close to Max was really bad for my mental health. I think I spiraled a lot worse being close to Max during last year's
Really quick, don't reach out to the Karl Max guy. No, he actually, at least from his conversation with Dev, right, with Short Fat Otaku, he actually sounds a lot like I did when I first started streaming, dude. Like, there's a bunch, he doesn't really fully understand his positions. He's at a crossroads right now where he was presented with like serious issues of market socialism. And if he has two diverging paths in front of him, he can either choose to start going for more evidence-based stuff, or he can move towards, being a complete grifter, liar, ideologue. We'll have to see.
They're not exceptionally charismatic, funny, or
Antenna Cactus reminds me to
their
message
drama is
Pogfish
just
then.
sad. You know what I mean? Like,
he's only 19. He has plenty of time to change his mind, okay? I was 27 when I started changing my mind.
Are you coming to kick or keep or kick? I don't think so. So they enabled you because you were mentally ill, therefore nothing you did in the Mr. Girl arc was your fault. It was everyone else's plus your mental illness. Yeah, exactly. There's actually I'm not trying
to fix him. I just want to pick his brain.
I will continue to never do anything wrong. And
well,
if I do anything wrong,
19. He said he was 19 like 15 times during that conversation.
Stream, though. I do this thing where
it was a really interesting conversation
I can separate who someone is from their behavior, and I don't think I should do that. You would have a lot of fun. Destiny doesn't even participate. He's just a host. I would have to have a talk with Destiny before I was in the same place with him. Does a housewife have any time to get better at Overwatch? First of all, I'm a fucking plat player, okay? But I will say, I have been playing way more CSGO.
Okay, let's try not to get hit once.
And I am, guys.
And it doesn't matter what level you do it, so we're gonna get this achievement.
What's my CSGO rank? Hold on. I need to remember what the ranks are. I was a Gold Nova Master, baby. And now I haven't played for since Baldur's Gate came out. Since Baldur's Gate came out, it's been fucking over. It's been fucking over for me. But, before then, talking to Destiny would be a mistake. He builds bridges all over again just to destroy them. He had just did it.
What are you talking about? No, he didn't.
Can we talk about something, guys?
Uh-oh.
Guys, can we talk about something?
Yeah, pull it real close.
Guys, don't tell anyone I said this. I trust you guys. I trust all of you to not repeat this. Why is Vosh kind of hot? I was looking in those, and listen, I think Vosh is a misogynist, and I think he's gross. I had one interaction with him where I was like, let's talk about trans stuff, and he was like,
all of the anti-Destiny stands becoming friends. Let's go.
But he looks good. He looks good. He is kind of a, especially, no hate. No, I'm not even going to say it because it's going to be hateful. You guys are going to clip it and then I don't even want to make, whatever. My mic is loud. Sorry. He's gross. He blows. Yeah, that's dysgenic. Listen, one thing that I won't stoop to is if you do the
I don't know
deed
how
with-
much more of this I want to watch.
That's
Super True
dysgenic,
Rice
and
Gas
personally,
Soy.
I'm letting you do your thing. I'm not involving myself in your dysgenic lifestyle. Vosh looks good even if he wears shoe inserts. What's wrong with shoe inserts? What online leftist man have you not been attracted to? Hunter Avalon? He's a fucking... He looks
Oh,
like...
I didn't watch the Rokana interview. I just listened to it. What's
Or like...
Let's take a look. Let's see. Let's
Who else?
rate the fit. What would it be? Would it be on? It's on Desi's channel.
There's not a lot... None are coming to mind. None are coming to mind. You're the best.
In activism, it happens in the streamer world, happens in the YouTube. The blue. So
And
guess what?
I got to eat pizza.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good.
I got to eat pizza.
Can you can you imagine old fat Ian?
What'd you get with Demon Mama?
Brianna Wu status?
See, now that's a man on the left that I
That's not as good of a picture. Choose your path. Commentary YouTuber or his political streamer.
that way.
Oh man.
Your boyfriend is hot. I know.
But why does
I
Not So
know.
Erudite look so fucking different? Like she looks very
Do you think
weird
Max
to
is
me
physically
here. Did she like
attractive?
dye her hair or something? And
What
like
business
it's like
do
her
you have
entire
asking me
face
that?
shape. Is it just the angle? Like it's not
What
that she looks bad. It's
business
just
do
like
you
I
have
don't
asking me that?
recognize her. You know?
I left my chocolate in the fridge. I just realized I had a bite of your pot de creme, even though it has gluten in it, and I felt it. I
Wait.
felt it. So it's Haley. It's actually.
Shut up. Oh, also, I saw Cherry's tweet about people talking about her appearance. What the fuck were people saying about Cherry's appearance? She looks great. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude.
Because
Okay,
I
anything
wished
else?
public execution on someone. Because I wish public execution on someone. I guess you can't do that anymore.
I don't think you could ever do that.
But I have another Twitter now. It's impish_00.
Uh-oh. That's going away immediately.
Brianna Wu.
It's gone forever. Uh-oh. The subject of
know-
today's stream.
We want to talk about leftist men that I wouldn't have sex with.
Oh, you're such a cunt. Jesus
There
Christ.
you go.
You're so fucking wrong.
I should have ate the pudding on my drive. You should have. What happened to Femoid? I killed her.
Okay, I'm done. Boring. Wait.
I
what?
killed
Oh.
her.
Oh, you're so cool. You're so brave. Okay. Oh man, should we? Okay, I'm trying to decide whether I want to like go straight into Demon Mama stuff or if I want to go into real life politics stuff. You guys decide. One's in chat if you want real life politics stuff. 2 in chat if you want to go into a Demon Mama talking about the Brianna Wu situation. We've got a 2. We've got a 1. Wait, why aren't you streaming on YouTube? I am streaming on YouTube. We've got 3 2s. 4 2s. Reservoir has not shit in 3 days and is in agony. Thank you for that information, my friend. Okay, everyone's saying Demon Mama, so we'll go to Demon Mama. Gayfesh went over it too? Wait, does Gayfesh stream? Hold on, you're gonna have to link me. I gotta hear what this motherfucker's voice sounds like. Hold on, you gotta link me Gayfesh's. I need to know what he sounds like. I gotta know. I gotta know. I don't know. I feel like every single possibility, like if he has a really high voice, it'll be really funny. If he has a really like deep voice, it'll be funny. And if his voice is just like normal, it'll also be funny. There's no situation in which his voice will not be funny, given how he looks, you know? Here? Okay, hold on.
I'm usually covering entertainment news.
Yeah, it's literally exactly what I thought. It was like the soy jack voice.
Idea. If you're not transsexual, you are not trans. Most trans activism is a complete joke. The trans movement has been hijacked and subverted by gender abolitionists. So, true scum of the highest order, not an ally, not somebody to be in bed with, and by in bed with.
Yeah, his voice sounds okay. But here's the thing. Just knowing all of the shit that he's done, any voice that he has, I just needed a voice to match to the face, right? Because of how he looks, there's no voice that wouldn't be funny. Just they're all funny in different ways is the thing.
I do mean in a political sense. I'm not trying to do any weird things like that. But here is them.
Yeah, cis men calling trans women scum. Pretty transphobic.
Posting a photo, not the most flattering photo of Benny. And Cactus says it puts the lotion on its skin.
It's not the most flattering, and yet she still decided to post it to her OnlyFans. Weird. Just nasal enough to be soy. Yes, Antenna Cactus. Very, very much a banger.
Now, if you don't know that reference, that is a reference to Silence of the Lambs, a 1991 movie starring Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins about a serial killer named Buffalo Bill.
Oh, thank you for the full explanation, retard. Okay, let's go to the person who actually has, you know, a connection to this whole thing and the community that is willing to try to destroy Brianna Wu and all of her political movement after that. Relevant. Okay, well, last relevant thing.
Huh?
Hold on. I don't know what YouTube's TOS is, okay? I don't know what YouTube's TOS is. We're going to chill on it, okay?
My lovely, lovely imps. I've been doing a really good job
Why is it so quiet?
lately, but especially this year, at completely avoiding the extremely stupid drama, the hurtful, pointless crap.
Has there not been a single Demon Mama drama? Oh my god, I hate saying that. Has there not been any drama with her this entire year? Yeah, the Sunday Festo is soon. Yes, I know. That's what we're kind of waiting for because I want to see what they say.
That exists online. And I've also been taking a lot of effort that when I do engage with it, that I try to engage.
Well, also, here's the thing. Well, I don't know how much I should say. I have very little knowledge on what's the manifesto is focused on and what it's about and all of that. Like, I have like very little knowledge at all about what's going on with it. But I wish that they like had a full, you know, like a full history of this motherfucker, you know? Jenny is a good researcher. Well, maybe they added that after I suggested it. I don't know. I bet you it's much worse than super autism, you know? Food Shops panel? I don't even know who the fuck Food Shops is, my friend. Sorry. Should I know who Food Shops is? Are they a big streamer? Is that something that we should watch instead of this? I'm recommending you. She does panels. Okay, cool. Newer streamer, she is cool. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, okay, cool. It was a shit show. Oh, well, let's watch that instead. Because, like, listen, at the end of the day, she doesn't really say that much. I did listen to this. I pre-listened, sorry. Pre-watch. Maybe we can skip to the end. We'll link it. Link me a good timestamp, Rez.
About my partner using its pronouns as a way to engage unconsensually in public kink. Do you think she was
Let's see if she
to look at a joke and read a
Let's see if she leaves in her idea of like coalition building, because that was the funniest fucking part of her coverage.
Box and talk about, oh my god, I think that we should just get along. Why don't you fucking lead by example? Why the fuck should any non-binary person, any trans person trust you? Why should they believe you and take your word for things? You're undermining your own goals. And it's gross. It's embarrassing. This is a fucking 46-year-old person doing this shit.
And you're
Are you
in
gonna
your
invite
30s.
couples on? I'll talk to couples anytime. But I believe
you're in your 30s. That's not much better, okay? Okay, someone said 3 hours and how many minutes in? 53 minutes? 3 hours. We'll start at 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Here comes Tard Dust with the argument.
Every time you fucking speak, I swear
No
I
argument,
have brain
just
fluid
ramble.
that leaks out of
Do
my
I know
ears,
anyone
okay?
else on
I have
this
to
panel?
wipe it up at
Sid?
night.
You don't
My-
have any
my
brain fluid to leak out of your
Oh
ears,
my
Tard Dust.
God, what's
sounds like a
wrong?
condition for
With
which
no
Oh my
argument.
god, is that the
Hey, Synth,
Lucy
can you
Hayes
stop
person?
with the double standard shit? It's really stupid.
What double
Come on, dude.
standard? What double standard?
Like, you're telling people, like, stop screeching and all this, but that's all you've been doing, dude.
Where's
Like,
You think I told
Ninetales?
people
come
to
on.
stop screeching? I just want arguments. I don't give a fuck if you're loud when you argue.
Have you given an
retard.
argument? I
Oh,
haven't
Yes.
heard
the
one.
Fox.
Yes,
of course.
I've given you several. Want me to repeat them?
Try it.
You made the argument that I can't call Brianna Wu a liar because President Sunday lies more often. I just
Because
told you,
President
instead
Sunday
of pointing out
is
the fucking
the
fallacy, I just
definition
pointed
of a
out
liar.
it doesn't matter.
President
It doesn't matter. It
Sunday
doesn't
is
matter. It's
two women of
tangential.
fraud now.
I gave the
Two
argument
women
that
of
look at all of
fraud.
these fucking examples.
Here's like the big problem, right? Is they want to like criticize Wu for coalition building. I don't know if that's what Synth's argument is. Synth, I don't know what Synth's I have no idea what Synth's opinion is on like real life politics, whether they're revolutionary or not. Also, I don't know if they go by they or she. Not trying to be
More conducive to anger than mine is.
because I don't
but
hate
that's okay.
Synth, but hold on.
I'm pretty sure actually
Synth.
you're the angry one, and I'm super calm
I,
right now.
I
Really,
think
that's
that
the
just
best argument you
reflects
got.
that you have like no emotional intelligence, right? You just kind of
Synth is just like Brianna Wu's a liar while everyone lies. So stupid of a point. So is Synth pro or anti Brianna Wu? I just don't know. Here, like, okay, so this is like the over under on everything. All of these people want to attack Brianna Wu because of alleged non-binary sentiment, for lack of a better term, right? Every single one of these people, as someone who has been in the lefty group chats, okay, as someone who's been in all of the like extreme soy lefty group chats, including group chats that had Demon Mama in them, right, had people who were extremely vitriolic towards other trans women that they did not like. Every single one. Never met a trans woman who hasn't like called another trans woman a man. It's always the case. You can always expect that. All right. Now I can't speak to directly if I've seen, any larger content creators, because I just figured, it was pretty normal. So I never thought that I would screen cap any of those. So if they did, I don't have access to those anymore because I got banned. So everybody does this thing, but they want to hyper impugn Brianna Wu. She never did anything public. She never did anything like I don't think I've seen anything that anyone's ever been able to provide, right? That shows that Brianna Wu is advocating for things that would harm non-binary people, you know? Like, there's nothing there. It really is, at the end of the day, just clout mongering, like 100% of the way. They're not helping anyone, right? They're directly trying and like are open and honest about trying to harm Brianna Wu, right? This is just oh, well, you said something mean about my girlfriend or dear friend, whatever they would call Doe partner. That's probably right. So like, there's that. It's all spite, dude. Polycule member, yeah. Chill. But no. I think this synth is trans. I'm not 1,000% sure if they're non-binary or if they're like trans though. I can't remember. I feel like I asked someone this one time and I feel bad that I don't remember, because I know a lot of people really hate synth, but I've had really good interactions with synth. I don't hate them. They can't answer what's next with Wu, just harassment and pointing out what she did wrong. Well, no, they already have answered what's next with Wu. They've been contacting fucking Rebellion Pack. They've been I think Demon Mama somewhere in her hold on. Actually, did I close out the tab?
I'm not someone who often
Shut up.
upgrades.
No, I didn't close out the tab. Hold on. I might need to go to this. Is there a transcript already? Or will there be a transcript? No. Damn. I wish I could find the bit where she reads from chat that someone was fighting with the organizers of Progressive Victory in their Discord about Brianna Wu staying in the position that she's in, or something along those lines. And they were just like, oh, well, don't care, which is based, honestly, ultra fucking based. But holy shit, their end goal, right? It's not just harassment and pointing out what you did wrong. It's, we're going to now find where we can contact your employers or people who can oust you from your position, and we're going to ruin you. Brianna Wu is an adept fundraiser who's well connected. Yeah. I think synth is a gender. No, I think. Okay, this is what I think. I think synth is a trans woman who goes by they, them. I'm not 1,000% sure on that, so I don't want to like be. Because I like synth. I don't want to fuck that up, you know? I don't understand what Alsinger is going to do. Neither do they. They just need to feel some amount of power in their lives, so they want to ruin other people, because that's the only way that they can feel power in their own life. They've never had any sense of power or accomplishment, so what do? Go after people's checkbooks and shit. Yes, I know. I'm talking about the second one. I know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about this person right here. The other synth and I don't like hate her, but she's like gone super fucking hard on me for no reason a bunch of times until I fucking went hard on her, and then it was like game over, block on everything. Is that Danny? No, this is not Danny. Danny hates me. I don't think Synth hates me. Okay, we're going to stop talking about that because it doesn't have anything to do with this.
Identify emotions, and I think we sussed that out
True.
earlier.
You are super emotionally intelligent, and you're definitely winning on the optics right now. Anything else, Neva?
Synth,
No,
may I
just
ask
keep
you?
screaming over people and defending.
Yeah, but why are you talking right now? Let the other person talk. They're making actual arguments.
You're defending the removal of somebody who's actually effective because you don't
What has
like
he done that's
their track
effective?
record.
What has he done that's effective, Neva?
I think that sorry, my name is Neve, by the way. I don't know why you can't read.
Because your name looks the exact same as Neva. I'm sorry.
Well,
Neva, Neve, answer the question.
So you didn't know the name, you didn't know how to say it, and I'm telling you that now. So
can you even read?
Dude, trans women are so fucking catty with each other, dude. Holy fucking shit.
Not being rude or insulting.
I posted in the Discord.
Strawman voice. Strawman voice. Let's be civil.
Points only.
I think it's a
I posted some Discord.
Really?
I posted some evidence in the Discord here.
Either your
That's
response,
directly relevant.
I think your response is trying to like mock someone or laugh at your own joke. Do you have anything?
Everything
do
you said
anything
this,
else?
you haven't made any argument.
Anything else?
When you
Do
stop
do
making
anything
arguments,
else?
I start mocking you.
Do
Yeah.
anything else? Sorry.
Yeah, I
do you
made
do anything
arguments.
else?
doesn't even understand the
She's
timeline.
broken. Oh my god, she's looping.
This doesn't even understand the timeline beyond root. The first
Man,
thing she did was make a
Christ.
passing joke about Gamergate.
with me
The
because
first
the
thing
only
she
response
did was
you're
make
not
a
getting
passing
is
Chill,
joke
Lieutenant
about
Cactus.
Gamergate. The first thing Brianna did was make a passing joke about Gamergate, and this was September 19th of 20.
Reality is that trans people have lost a lot of the influence and power they once had in the U.S. It's become more and more some cringe-fading movement. I don't know if it's a cringe-fading movement. It's just that there was a very coherent message. This is when I started getting into politics, right? Or started getting like really heavy into politics and started watching political content on YouTube and shit like that. You know, H-Bomber Guy, Sean, et cetera, et cetera. Before I even knew about like the streamer world. There was a very coherent message on, you know, these people are, you know, they have an identity that is a mismatch between their body and their brain. There's a like actual clinical name for this called gender dysphoria that you can get diagnosed with. They don't choose to live like this. It's actually really, really horrible for them because of the like, you know, incongruity between who they perceive themselves to be in their mind. And, you know, they had like really coherent messaging that we've all heard before, right? But now the problem is that there is this huge, strange shift that happened, I think, around like 2020. I want to say it was 2020, but maybe it was just because I wasn't big in these spheres back then that I never saw it, and I just saw all the normie trans, you know, arguments. But like when trans people started to get a little bit more acceptance, when they started to become a little bit more visible, and when disagreements within the trans community started becoming more visible, then we started hearing more about like the self-ID arguments. Then we started hearing more of the like crazier and more esoteric arguments for what gender is and all of this. I actually had a really long conversation with another content creator. I won't name them because I don't know what their circles are like, right? But I don't want to get them in trouble because it was a really nice conversation. Where we talked for about, it feels like 2.5, maybe 3 hours. And we were just talking about like, they were explaining the positions of like, you know, the President Sunday, Demon Mama, you know, the soy side. And I was explaining the position that I hold, right? And that I'm pretty sure I get the vibe that Brianna Wu holds. I'm pretty sure Antenna Cactus holds. You know, like most of the trans people that I've met or talked to or know in real life or know on the internet, you know, there's this feeling of, you know, we were doing pretty good for a while. And then like as this became more popular and as more people started identifying as non-binary, it feels like there's been this huge backslide. And when we look at the backslide, we can point towards like the arguments that they're using for these more esoteric gender takes, right? With like xenogenders, more esoteric gender takes with, you know, non-binary or self-ID that have directly harmed binary, like medically transitioning trans people, and to those trans people, that's a scary thing, because all this legislation, it's not targeted at people who aren't transitioning, right? Like non-binary people, they're like, by and large, now there are some cases of non-binary people seeking medical transition stuff, whether it's hormones or top surgery or some shit like that. But it's such a small percentage, and those people would still be protected under the like trans legislation that comes out with, the kinds of bills that Brianna Wu would be supportive of, that Progressive Victory would be supportive of. But it feels like especially to like trans women who are transitioning, right? Or I'm sorry, not just trans women, trans people, especially trans men for some reason. Trans men are the most like trans med person or people in the entire fucking world. I have no idea why they are so edgy about that shit, but what was I saying? Oh, it feels like non-binary people and xenogender and all these more esoteric arguments have weaseled their way into all of the conversations around trans people in a way that directly harms them, right? It directly harms the like transitioning trans people, but it doesn't really hurt the non-binary people, but they demand to be included. And so because the non-binary people are the ones being attacked, but they're saying it's the trans people, right? The trans people are starting to get a little bit miffed. Like, hey, you know what? I'm in actual fucking, mental anguish over all of this shit. You're just, you're androgynous. I'm trying to fucking change my like body chemistry over this shit. And I'm like actively suffering in multiple different ways. And for some reason, you are the one that is like fucking that up for me. For some reason, you're demanding to be included in all of this shit. Hold on, let me see. Okay, I still haven't gotten hit. That's the entire point of this run. So that's like the kind of like steel man for that. And also like, let me see, what do I want here? Probably this. Antenna Cactus, you can like correct me if I'm wrong on anything here, but we currently have the soy, like, yeah, like the more esoteric these gender takes become, the more difficult it is to explain to people who would otherwise be on trans people's side why they should be supportive of the trans movement, right? They like, here's my example that I give, right? I talk to people about politics all the time, like in real life, at work, to my friends' parents, to my parents, to my family, like broadly. Like I talk about politics a lot. And it used to be really easy to explain to people like trans, it used to be really easy to explain to like boomers or, normies or whatever the fuck, what trans people were, why we shouldn't hate them, that it's not just like a sexual fetish, that they're, they're human beings that have feelings, and their feelings are that they really need to transition, right? It was really easy to explain that to a boomer, right? Here is an incongruence between brain and body. They just want to be able to transition. There's like no evidence that they're more predatory. There's no evidence that they're more, like evil or whatever the fuck. They're not raping people more or anything like that. And now I have to explain not only what trans means, I have to explain what non-binary means. I have to explain what, like they'll bring up like the identifying with, vampire gender. I say vampire gender all the time because it's someone I fought with, but you know what I mean? Like the xenogenders, non-binary, the more esoteric genders. And now I have to be like, okay, well, there are some people out there that are a little bit fucking weird. There are some people out there that are, a little bit confused and they're really young, and I'm trying to like paint it in the best light possible, right? Sometimes I'm like, yeah, fuck those people. They're obviously fucking insane. You know, like I'm trying to like speak to whoever I'm speaking to, you know, tailor the message. But god damn, it like especially since I want to say last year, even people who have had the conversation with in the past who were on board with it are now like asking me like, yo, what the fuck is up with these trans people, bro? Like, are they okay? Like, this isn't what you were talking about before. Feels like this is more along the lines of what the conservatives were talking about, you know, cat litter boxes and stuff. Then I have to go through and say, yes, like this was fake news. Oh, well, I saw people defending it on social media. Yeah, these people online, because they're just, you know, they're just very defensive about everything. They'll defend anything, but that's not real, you know. It's really, really difficult to explain to people outside of these circles who are just normies, who are just boomers, right? Who really don't have any hate in their heart, unless it's been like implanted there by people who are using these other narratives to their advantage, right? But they don't have any hate in their heart, but it is not an easy thing to explain. And the more time that you spend in these circles with the like demon mamas, with the President Sundays, with the does of the world, the harder it is for you to recognize that these more esoteric gender concepts are hard to explain. It's really easy to understand. Like, I understand it 100%, right? I can steel man, and the person I was talking to last night, I think they were surprised that I could steel man it because I've gone so hard on these people, right? They thought that I just didn't understand. Otherwise, I would totally agree with them. No, it's because I do care. I have personal, you know, like real life, very close friends who are trans, who I don't want to see get fucked up by all of the like anti-trans bills, right? I want to, you know, I have friends online, you know, I don't like to see people unnecessarily maligned in society in a way that makes it to where they don't have the same rights, or that they are being denied rights that everyone else just necessarily has, right? Like access to medical care for a mental condition, or a you know, you say mental condition and it implies like mental illness, but it's disorder, illness, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? It's in the DSM, right? Fuck, I completely lost my train of thought trying to caveat everything that I say. Fuck. What was that? What was I in the middle of saying? Wait, what is this? Oh, pages 14 to 15? One second. Due process. No saying life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Claimant says, no, I do not claim the original procedure-based... Hold on. Give me a news article that fucking summarizes this. Okay, read from page 13, you said? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to read this. This is a lot, and I'm going to have to like really focus on it. And I was in the middle of something. What the fuck was I saying just a second ago? Oh, I can, yeah, give me a news article and we can read through that. But yeah, I can steel man their point of view, right? And I think that ultimately both sides of this, who are arguing against each other on like the tactics over like who should be considered valid and all that shit, ultimately, both of these sides are arguing from fear. Right? the people that I probably more align with, right? The people who are trans and saying non-binary people are overtaking the movement. They're like being really aggressive with like inserting themselves into the conversation, et cetera, et cetera. Like they're scared that their medical rights are going to be taken over because of a group of people who are not affected by those like legal issues in injecting themselves into the conversation. Meanwhile, on the other side, they think that any further action that might eventually come down, right, on them will be completely ignored by the like binary / medically transitioning side because they already got their rights, and because they already got their rights, they're not going to fucking throw themselves under the bus for people who are identifying with gopher gender, right? So this pretty much sums up my issue with the "you do not fit in here. Okay, we will make our own place. Why are you excluding us? Oh no, you do not fit in here." I think it is time we reclaim the word transsexual from the worst people in our own community. We should maybe give it to non-binary people to do whatever they want with. What the fuck does that mean? I'm sorry, what the fuck does that mean? You're non-binary. Transsexual is like... Transsexual was originally the word used for all trans people, right? Because you're like transitioning from one sex to the other, right? You have a sex reassignment surgery, et cetera, et cetera. Like, this is what transsexual meant. It was just the word. Now it had such a bad connotation with it because of society. We live in a society that they like updated it to transgender, right? But I think that transgender and transsexual probably have a different connotation, not just like the loading of it with the, negativity, but also the like transgender could just mean like, okay, Maybe we could fit all non-binary under transgender, but it doesn't mean that they're all transsexual, right? I feel like, if anything, give transsexual to the trans people who are transitioning and not the fucking NBs who don't have they don't have any stake in the medical arguments. They have zero stake here. They are not in danger of losing their medical rights because the overwhelming majority of them, in the high 90% of non-binary people, will either stop using non-binary identity, or they'll either stop using the non-binary identity within the next 10 years, or they will fully realize, okay, well, actually, I'm just trans, and they'll transition. That's like the two options, right? I still don't even know what the non-binary and weirdo is. So here's the issue. I agree. I know, Antenna Cactus, you're going to disagree with me on this. I do think that non-binary people are real, right? I think that there's enough people out there that, without prompting, do have some minor incongruence with body and cell and mind. What I would... this is my own hypotheses. Wee-woo, just speculation alert, okay? If I was to speculate, I would assume that most non-binary people probably have some sort of subclinical, they don't have enough incongruence to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria, but they have some subclinical version of gender dysphoria, right? And that's probably valid. Fuck it. Go for it, bro. I actually don't care about... I don't care what people want to identify as or anything like that in reality, right? Just in a vacuum, I really don't. Xenogender, I can't find any. I don't have anything. I can explain to you the xeno. I can steelman. I can give you their argument, but with any kind of accuracy, with psychological research or anything like that, I don't think that there's anything, right? Yeah, I'll look at it in just a second. Fuck you guys. I keep on jog my memory. What was I saying just now? I don't know why I'm having such a bad time with maintaining a train of thought. What was I saying just now? I don't know why that is. Sorry, guys. Oh, they have disparate. So, like, I do think that non-binary people are real, right? I don't know if there are more or less of them in reality than like medically transitioning trans people who have like diagnosed gender dysphoria. I don't know how much of it like actually is just a fad. I don't know how much of it is just, you know, like maybe there's more people that have like the subclinical that like they couldn't get diagnosed with it in a clinical setting, but they have like a little bit of incongruence. Like whatever the case is, right? They're going to have different issues than transitioning trans people. They will. That's just the truth. They have different issues. The overwhelming majority of them are not going to be worried about like their medical rights being taken away. Like what does a non-transitioning, non-binary person have to be worried about with the medical stuff? Nothing, right? Like maybe the non-binary people have a shared issue with sports, but probably not even, because they would just go and play whichever sport is most aligned with their birth sex. And that wouldn't be an issue because they would still be competitive. I would assume, and they're more esoteric arguments or more esoteric issues, Antenna Cactus, right? So less a direct attack on, you know, like a fundamental right of, you know, being allowed to get health care that alleviates a mental disorder or mental incongruence. And more along the lines of like, okay, well, we should probably codify or create a protected class here, because if there's going to be some person that's going to deny housing, for example, or deny a job or something like that, yeah, but their issues are not as grave as issues that medically transitioning trans people have, right? It's not that we should never ever like listen to actual issues or create protections from, you know, discrimination. I 1,000,000% agree with that sort of shit. But we can't pretend that trans people don't have it worse and are like actively, you know, like there's a higher likelihood of them being targeted for like some heinous crime or for harassment than non-binary people. Like it's just like the scope of the issues are so drastically different. But in the case of almost every issue today, all issues are grave, world-ending, apocalyptic things that if we don't get our way, the world will literally end. So, what do we get? We get people saying, you know, like we could look at, oh, well, if, what's like an example of this? If we don't get inflation under control in the next 2 months, then the U.S. will literally go bankrupt and we'll lose all of our economic ties around the world, and we'll just lose, you know? It's always like the worst case scenario will happen if we don't get our way. And it's the same with like non-binary people. If we aren't included in all of the bills that have to do with trans people, then we will be literally genocided. We will be discriminated against, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We can advocate for both of these groups at the same time. It's not a big deal, right? Like I can simultaneously say, yeah, we should probably have some protections for non-binary people to not be discriminated against, right? They should be able to get hired. They should be able to go to schools. They should be able to, you know, get housing without getting evicted. With, you know, like I don't know what the like actual I don't know how common any of those things are for people getting hired or like being discriminated against for being non-binary, but what's the fucking harm, right? Put them as a protected class. I assume that there's probably a lot of people out there that don't like non-binary people, right? But with trans people, This is something that we ought to like heavily focus on because they are active attacks specifically against any kind of gender affirming care all over the United States. One of these groups has a level of like danger that is beyond the scope of the other. Hey, how's it going, Wick? We're actually just killing time before you go live. Sorry, we're going to stream snipe you because I too am curious what's going to be in the manifesto. All right? So, I'm not asking permission. I'm asking for forgiveness. But yeah, like we're just talking about, why both of these like groups when it comes to gender are like so opposed and feel like the other is like fundamentally trying to kill them, right? And like it's just like politics of fear. Both sides feel like the other side is selling them out, and I would probably side more with the medically transitioning trans people on who has it worse, on who is like the ones that probably need more protection right now. Why? Because hot damn, dude, they really do have it worse. Sorry. They have it worse than non-binary people. Non-binary people, I'm not even 1,000,000% sure if they should even be considered trans. That's not to say that they shouldn't like be, accepted in society. It's not to say that we should just like get rid of that classification whatsoever, right? I think non-binary people are real, right? They're still both under the broad umbrella of the LGBT, right? In my experience, non-binary people have most of the same vulnerabilities as trans people because they do not conform to gender norms. Yeah, I could, and again, like this is what I'll say, and I'll say the same thing to you. This is what I said to the guy that I talked to last night. This is what I'll say to him. If I start receiving evidence that non-binary people are being targeted in the same way as like, or even like close to the way that, like medically transition trans people are, right? Like, I'll have to change my opinion, right? But I don't see that, and I have looked, right? Like when I was like in the big xenogender fighting arc that I was in for a while, I kept on seeing things that I wanted to update my opinion, right? Because I was getting fucking dogpiled all over the place. Well, fuck, maybe I am wrong, right? Let me see. Is there any actual scientific basis for or psychological basis, right? Or has there been anything studied for xenogenders? No, there hasn't, right? We have to like include non-binary people into the trans umbrella because they have the same issues. And then I try and like find like what similarities in issues do these groups have? And I can't fucking find it. So evidence from online weirdos? Well, Soyaddle. Now, hold on. Maybe I am making an assumption that you're the Soyaddle that I know that's the nuclear physicist or whatever the fuck you are, right? But maybe you're just like a completely different person. But okay, yeah. So I would trust, I would probably trust like links that you sent me. Like if there's enough there that it's not like, okay, well you sent me 15 articles. All 15 of these articles are bad, but is this like a broader trend? Like that's what I want to see, right? Like is there enough evidence to convince me that non-binary people are being targeted at the same level as binary trans people / transitioning trans people? And like if so, like are they targeted for the same reasons? And if so, I'm 100% wrong. If they're targeted for different reasons, but it is the same level, then we need different kinds of advocacy, but at the same level. And if they are being targeted at a significantly lower level and in different ways to like medically transitioning trans people, then like my position remains the same, right? Like that's what it would take for me. It's not that I like hate non-binary people. It's not that I want to invalidate the fuck out of them. I don't really care that much, right? Like it's not that I don't care because I don't like them. It's that I don't care because do what you want to do. Like it literally doesn't affect me, right? Is medical transition that line? I think that okay, because I'm not on Twitch, I can be a little bit more edgy and a little bit mask off, right? Here's another like major issue that I have, and I could be like convinced off of this, right? But I think that there's a lot fewer non-binary people out there than like reported, even self-reported. Again, I think that in 10 years, we're going to see the amount of people identifying with the non-binary, like gender title, severely reduced. I don't know what the line is. I would say people who are identifying as non-binary. I would say that people who are non-binary and undergo some kind of medical transition, I actually looked for this a little bit last night because the person said that they exclude non-binary people in legislation. I could not find a single piece of legislation that, with its wording, deny healthcare to non-binary people for this, right? So, like, I just don't know why they have the same issues. They're being included, but I would have to like really think about like what are the exact delineations, but I just need to know. I need to know what are the shared issues. Most non-binary people are attention-seeking young AFABs. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Kick. I can say it. Yeah, probably. Right. Each legislation would have its definition. Right. And the guy sent me a bunch last night, and I didn't see anything that would exclude non-binary people, right? But it was called the trans, like they would be like protecting trans youth or some shit, or like the groups, like their advocacy was around trans people, not non-binary people. Like, but when we see the attacks on trans, on the like trans community, what are they using? They're using the shit that people who are non-binary or like trying to like move, like use the xenogender shit as arguments. Like they're using those people's statements to attack binary trans people who are seeking medical transition. When the overwhelming majority, I'm sorry, you could change my mind on this, but from what I understand, the overwhelming majority of non-binary people are not seeking medical transition. I'm kind of, I realize even to myself that I'm a little all over the place here. So if you need me to like specifically like lay out something again, just let me know. I know I kind of like went on 5 different tangents right there, but oh, yeah, really quick. We have 14 people watching on YouTube and only 9 likes. Please like the stream. It boosts it in the algorithm. I hate asking people to do this, but I'm supposed to ask people to do this. There's 1 like. That's what I fucking want to see. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Okay, well, we were watching this video. I don't know. Oh, wait, really quick. Shadowrun linked me things here. ACLU press release. Okay, this will be easier to understand than, oh my god, stop. I can't pay you anything. I'm poor. Rejected a request from families and medical providers to block a Tennessee law banning gender-affirming medical care for transgender youth. So this was a L for the trans community. Follows an earlier ruling by the appeals court rejecting a stay request to block enforcement of the law, which took effect in July 2023. This is a devastating result for transgender youth and their families in Tennessee and across the region. The disastrous impact of Tennessee's law and all others like it has already been felt in thousands of homes and communities. Denying transgender youth equality before the law and needlessly withholding the necessary medical care from their families and their doctors know is right for them has caused and will continue to cause serious harm. We are assessing our next steps and will take further action in defense of our clients and the constitutional rights of transgender people in Tennessee and across the country. I wonder why other district courts, well, I don't know enough about the legal system. Wouldn't the other don't district courts look at case law to make decisions, right? Wouldn't they look at these other like case law incidences in Arkansas, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, and their own state of Tennessee, and then off of those judgments, make a judgment here based off of those? Depends on the differences in the law? Okay, got you. Well, that's disappointing. Like, I don't want there to be a reduction in the ability for people to access healthcare, right? Like, this is the thing about conservatives. Oh, well, we don't want government in our lives unless you're trans, in which case we want to be very heavily in your lives by telling you what healthcare you can or can't access. Can you fucking imagine? Like, you're so anti government intervention into people's everyday lives, and yet you're like literally advocating for the government to have some of the most okay, 1 minute and 30 seconds. I need to not get hit for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Big shot. I need to make sure I'm not going to get hit. There's nothing wrong with prohibiting minor surgery on minors. On that front, this is my stance on that. I feel like I don't think that, like, give puberty blockers, give fucking hormones. I feel like if you're giving puberty blockers and hormones and shit to minors, right, depending on their age, of course, like, we don't want to be giving fucking 8-year-olds fucking HRT, okay? But I think that we can find an age that we can all at least mostly agree on and say, okay, this is an acceptable age. Probably like, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm literally just spitballing a number because I don't know, like, when it comes to like the science edge of trans stuff, the hormone stuff escapes me, right? But let's say 13, 14 years old. Okay, you've been to a psychologist, you've been to an endocrinologist, you've been to these people who know more about these things, right? They've assessed you have gender dysphoria, all right? They're going to put you on puberty blocker, see if the feeling persists. If it does persist, you go on to HRT, right? Until, like, let's say the age of whatever, like the age of medical consent is, or let's say even 18, right? Someone in chat, if I'm wrong on that, like, let me know. If you're on puberty blockers and then you go on to HRT, are you fucked if you try to, like, undergo any kind of like gender surgery at 18? Like, I just don't. I don't know. It feels like most of the stuff, if you were on puberty blockers and HRT, then you're probably fine. Like, if you're a trans woman, all you would need is like bottom surgery and, you know, a boob job, right? You would skip over the facial feminization shit. If you're a trans man, you've probably just set, because most of them don't go through with the phalloplasty, but there's actually a good argument that if you try to do surgery before their body is developed, there might not be enough material to work with. So if a girl has enormous breasts, do you deny them the ability to address that? Hold on. It wouldn't be a medical emergency. That would be like, it would still be an elective surgery, breast reduction surgery, yeah? But I could be wrong on that too. I don't fucking know. But like, if there is, like, there are extenuating circumstances on different things that I could be not aware of. But I think that, like, adding protections in law for, like, those broad groups of people I'm talking about, like, let's make sure that, like, there's the availability. I'm just saying the availability for, you know, people to possibly access these treatments before they're 18, before, you know, their body is ravaged by the you know, hormones. Okay, can this guy fucking die? Can the timer go down? Can please? I just really would like not to get hit because I just want the... All I want is the achievement. Yay, I got it. With self-ID, there is no way to verify the person actually needs surgery. Yeah, well, that's why I don't think that like self-ID is enough for us to give someone gender-affirming care. Especially like at like younger ages. Like that feels way too far, but like here's the difference. Just like listen to the way that I'm talking about this versus the way that people on like the other side of this issue will talk. Oh, I say the other side of this issue. I'm saying the other side of this issue from the left, right? There's a million and one ways that I could be wrong. There's a million and one circumstances that I haven't thought of or that have not been presented to me that could change my opinion on these things. I recognize my where blind spots could be and where my opinion could progress, right? There's a curiosity I have to find that correct position. Because I don't think that there ever is going to be a 100% accurate, yes, this is the answer. I don't think anyone has that answer, especially with the limited data sets that we have now, with transness being a relatively, like, new thing in society. I know, obviously, trans people have been around for a long time, obviously, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, like, in terms of, like, being accepted in society, like, it's a relatively new thing. In terms of being studied, it's a relatively new thing. We don't have a whole bunch of fucking crazy data, right? I recognize where the blind spots are in the data. I understand where the blind spots are that I might have on what I would be willing to, like, meet in the middle on. Maybe there's something that I would say, okay, actually, we're not going to meet on the middle on this one. This needs to be addressed, and nothing but my position will stand. People on the left of me, they feel like for all of their moral ambiguity, you know, moral relativism that they preach, you know, they really feel like they've found the metaphysical truth statement of gender. And there can be no dissent from that. They already know the truth. Therefore, they cannot be wrong. This is the case. Xenogender is valid. Because they found through some soul math the metaphysical truth of the matter. How do you, if you, and from their perspective, if they feel like they found the truth statement, how could you ever walk back from that? All right? How could you ever take a stance that would concede any ground? You can't. You've already like thrown in your lot. You know exactly where you're at, and you can't, because it's a, you know, a horrible thing that will happen if you cede an inch. You know? I can't get behind that. I need to see, like, I need to understand the scope of an issue in order to understand how much I should care about it. I need to know, like, I need to know the scope of the issue. I need to know the particulars of the issue so that I can know how much energy to put behind it, behind advocacy for it, or what kinds of advocacy it needs, or, you know, whether it's real or not, you know? But if it's all vibes based, where do you move from there? I don't have an answer for that. They do. And their answer is, I guess, tear down literally anyone that's fighting for medical rights for trans people. I don't. The dissent is also really fascinating. Gender identity, in contrast, is the medical term for a person's internal innate sense of belonging to a particular sex. The dissent is explicit. I know. That's the thing, right? Like, the people who are arguing for, like, the other side of this from the left are not going based off of... They're going based off of philosophy and vibes, right? Gender that isn't based on social accommodations, i.e. how do you behave in relation to other people, is entirely vibes. Outside of like medical research, right? Like we know that there's like some underlying feeling that people have, right? We can like see like consistency with psychological studies that like, okay, well, trans people, there's a consistency here in the data sets on what their reported, feelings are. So like that's like why I can say like, okay, yeah, trans people are real. There's a consistency with studies, and like we know that. Do I need to validate their internal mental state? Yeah, I know. People on the left don't even think gender is real. They say that, but that's the thing. They'll say that, but they also place so much for something that they say isn't even real. The amount of importance they put on it is fucking insane. Right? Demon Mama put out a video on non-binary that is completely incoherent. Yikers. Well, maybe link that and we'll go over that. Well, actually, we were supposed to watch this. Is this supposed to get good at some point, or is it just them screaming for the entire time? Because I was given a timestamp, and I don't know what the timestamp's fucking for.
15 or 14. And she got harassed for that. So get your fucking back straight.
She didn't get harassed for that. Nobody knew who the fuck she was.
I posted evidence. I posted evidence in the Discord. Look, nobody in Gamergate, sorry, the vast majority of people in Gamer, I should say, did not support harassing Brianna.
One thread and spam all their hate there instead of like all over her page. So, yeah.
Yeah, because that's how the internet works.
Hold on. Let's...
Her and so
wait, that's not true though. Wait, let's go to the logs.
Let me finish what I'm saying,
okay,
motherfucker.
Sorry.
Did I finish fucking saying what I was saying?
Let's go back to where Stardust joins or something.
I who represents all of this list of
here.
things that Brianna Wu must have done. I'm not going to say I know for a fact that she's done all of this. Look,
we do.
I don't know all the information, so maybe it's true. But for the sake of argument, let's say all of it is true. Who do you think is in a better position to expose this? A journalist, like an actual accredited journalist out in the real world, or President fucking Sunday?
I don't think the president is in a good position to do exposés. Who cares?
Wait, what?
I don't
see what
care.
other
He's
achievements
a
I can
fucking
get.
clown, and if anybody takes him seriously, I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, that is my favorite lolcow. President Sunday is my favorite lolcow. I only watch him to laugh. I really only watch him to laugh. And you guys, if you're watching him for news, I don't know. You guys, I don't know what to say. Good luck.
That's just bad taste in lolcows. Like, Brianna's a better lolcow. She's got like a funnier history.
She's not
so much
even
better.
a lolcow.
Oh, come on. The fucking Steam greenlighting page, that's so funny.
She explained it in an interview with me.
I've seen her explanation. No, guys, don't worry. I was
What was her explanation anyway, Stardust?
It was 4D chat.
No,
yes, she wanted to.
Yes, it was.
She wanted to.
Homie, it was specifically that her page
Global
was already
achievements to see the
getting
rarity.
flooded
Ooh,
with
rare
people
achievements.
like who hated her, and so
Wait, that's not true though. Wait, let's go to the
let
logs.
me finish what I'm saying,
Okay,
motherfucker.
sorry.
Did I finish fucking saying what I was saying? No, I didn't. Shut the fuck up.
Here comes the ramble. Go ahead,
idiot.
Stardust. Just spit it out.
All right. Okay, so what I was saying
Salvo
is that,
knives mastery.
basically,
let's see what
she
salvo
said that
knives are like.
she was already getting a whole bunch of hate comments on her page, on her Steam page. So she tried to like kind of make a quarantine or whatever by like making a thing so that everybody would just go into that one thread and spam all their hate there instead of like all over her page. So yeah.
Yeah, because that's how the internet works.
Sense. That's like the most hilarious possible excuse. It was secretly to make sure that if I made one more thread, they would all go to this one. Because there were too many people making threads. So if I make one more thread, there will be less threads.
What a fucking joke.
It wasn't what?
It wasn't a secret.
What wasn't a secret?
Like you're talking. Oh, you said.
Let's
you
try Abby. I've
completely
never played
strawmanned,
with Abby
like
before.
the explanation that I gave.
I didn't strawman the explanation. I
Yeah,
made fun
you
of it.
did.
The explanation you gave was that if you make this one thread, all of the people will go into that thread instead of all of the other ones. But for some reason, I made this thread and then deleted it instantly afterwards. For some reason.
Well, because you realized it wasn't working. Like, I mean, what else do you want me to say?
No.
You
Of
know?
course it wasn't working. Nobody thought it would work. She didn't think it would work to quarantine people.
No, neither of you know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Guys,
What the hell? I've got
typical boomer
What are they
shit
talking
thing
about?
to do, okay? Holy shit.
She's a boomer who's like owns a game development studio.
Wait, hold on. Go back. What did she do?
For some reason,
Well, because you realized it was
thread, all of the people will go into that thread instead of all of the other ones. But for some reason, I made this thread and then deleted it instantly afterwards. For some reason.
Well, because you realized it wasn't
What is she talking about? What? Wait, what thread? What? Sorry, I must have missed
tried to,
something big.
like kind of make a quarantine or whatever by like making a thing so that everybody would just go into that one thread and just spam all their hate there instead of like all over her page. So yeah
because that's how the internet works.
That's like the most hilarious
Oh.
possible excuse. It was secretly to make sure that
Also, really weird. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, I don't know what the fuck Brianna did during Gamergate. I also don't care. that was before I was even like using the internet on a regular basis, before I had any internet friends. Okay, like I don't think I had an internet friend until 2015, like a year into college. Right, that was when I first started like really using the internet. It was over before I started using the internet. I don't know what the fuck these people's issue is. Like, especially with like more lefty people using the like Gamergate like stuff against her, which I think is really weird because they were always so against Gamergate. But yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't know what the deal is with people who are like, it's really bad that she did all this stuff when we have things like we talk about like people can change. Like, do we not believe people can change anymore? Again, like, is that something that is gone from our minds? Like, okay, someone did something cringe 10 years ago, like we can move past it. Like, yeah, I don't fucking know. I genuinely don't even know what to say when people bring up the Gamergate stuff, because who fucking cares? We're talking about the here and now. I think that the things that Brianna Wu is doing now is pretty fucking cool. I like electoral politics, so. Okay, hold on.
All of a sudden, we're going to start marrying dogs. Nobody's saying that.
Exactly.
You're
The
talking about some
difference
sort of
is, let me explain the difference. Let me explain the difference, right? Is that while they were saying that
also the notorious dog fucker panel. We did a fucking dog fucker panel. You're absolutely right. Holy shit! Like, fuck. I think this panel is going to turn me into a fucking conservative. I'm not even kidding. I think this panel may turn me into a Tory. I think by the end of this panel, I'll be like, nah, just shut it down. Marriage is between Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. I'm going to become like throwing out slogans and shit. I'm going to be like this. If we have to have this conversation at this point, like, we failed. Like, fuck it. Like like they were degenerates. They were fucking right. Oh my god, I'm gonna actually like set fire to something. What the hell?
Man, Katie. Whatever happened to Katie? She was on that panel. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's keep going. Who fucking cares about what Brianna Wu did 10 years
that
ago?
if I made one more thread, they would all go to this one. Because there were too many people making threads. So if I make one more thread, there will be less threads.
What a fucking
joke.
It wasn't what?
It wasn't a secret.
What wasn't a secret?
Yeah, like you're talking. Oh, you said you completely strawmanned like the explanation that I gave.
I didn't strawman the explanation. I made fun of it. The explanation you gave was that if you make this one thread, all of the people will go into that thread instead of all of the other ones. But for some reason, I made this thread and then deleted it instantly afterwards. For some reason.
Well, because
hang
you
on,
realized it wasn't working. Like, I mean, what else do you want me to say?
No.
You
Of
know?
course it wasn't working. Nobody thought it would work. She didn't think it would work to quarantine people.
No, neither of you know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Guys,
What the hell?
it's a typical boomer shit thing to do, okay? Holy shit.
She's a boomer who's like owns a game development studio, really? It was a boomer thing. She left her account logged in.
Well, hang on,
animation studio.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time, please. Thank you
No,
so
we're not
much.
doing one at a time. Do you want content or not? Jesus Christ. Okay? This guy, Tack. Okay, you shut up. Did I tell you could speak, Tack?
I give Tack permission to speak.
I'm sorry. I think that Stardust needs to listen, I have no hate in my heart for Stardust, okay? Inherently. But she needs to find a different way to engage with people. Because I don't think that it makes her look good is the problem. I don't think it makes her look good. Maybe I'm an asshole. Maybe I'm a misogynist, okay? Based, right? But yeah, holy shit. Does it feel like she could do so much better in these conversations if she was had a different approach? And I don't know what that approach is because I don't watch her content enough to like really say, but I feel like every single one of her debates that I see, she's going against someone who's a more experienced debater and just like begging for time to speak. I don't know what the answer to her problem is, but there's something.
I will defend Tack.
Fuck you, Tack. You do not have permission to speak. Synth.
Go ahead, Tack.
Well, hang on. No, hang on. What the fuck is this? Why are you being so hostile to me? Look.
That I have ever heard in my life. Synth,
Here comes the ramble. Spit out the arguments, Stardust. Here comes Stardust with the argument.
Every time you fucking speak, I
no
swear
argument.
to
Just ramble.
that leaks out of my ears. Okay, I have to wipe it up at night.
You don't have any brain fluid to leak out of your ears, Stardust.
God,
what's wrong? You came to the stream with no argument.
Hey, Synth, can you stop with the double standard shit? It's really stupid.
What double
Come on,
standard?
dude.
What double standard?
Like you're telling people like stop screeching and all this, but that's all you've been doing, dude.
Do you think I told people to stop screeching? I just want arguments. I don't give a fuck if you're loud when you argue.
Have you given an argument? I haven't heard one.
Yes, I've given you several. Want me to repeat them?
Try it.
You made the argument that I can't call Brianna Wu a liar because President Sunday lies more often. I just told you, instead of pointing out the fucking fallacy, I just pointed out it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's tangential. I gave the argument that look at all of these fucking examples. Clearly, Brianna Wu is a chronic fucking liar. Clearly, any standard by which President Sunday lies too often is when the Brianna Wu fits too. Her entire career is based on a fucking lie that she told. She made up fake harassment. Nobody knew who the fuck she was.
She made a game, did she not? Did she not make a game?
She didn't make a game, actually. Yes,
during the point, Revolution 60 wasn't out when she had her career. Her fucking career came from Gamergate, from Gamergate, grabbing their fucking attention.
Gamergate was a good experience for her? You think she got a career out of that?
She intentionally provoked Gamergate into fucking following her. That's her entire goal.
From what I could tell, it was a
You can't
complete
tell anything,
mistake.
Stardust.
And then, yeah, I
God
can, bro.
damn, this is just a shit show. I don't know if I'm going to keep watching.
Fucking ass, bro. Okay, let me
That's
finish
too
what I
much
was
to
saying
eat.
before.
Too many fucking calories, Stardust.
Well, you guys are just being
God
bad
damn.
Let's examine.
Also, she needs to recognize when she's outclassed on the blood sports. Because I think Synth is really good at it. God, fuck. Rehashing Gamergate bullshit. 3 hours and 56 minutes. Well, we're at... Fuck, I don't even know what... Yeah, it's coming up here.
In my fucking
Let's
mouth
examine.
than you ever could, okay?
I bet you could fit more shit in your mouth. I bet you could.
I bet you wish you could swallow the amount of dicks I can in my mouth, okay? I can suck way more dick than you fucking asshole.
That's true. Okay, so I just want to point out, I posted something in Trade Stream chat. Stardust, yeah, we get it. You're tough. I posted something in Trade Stream
I like
chat
Stardust more than Ninetales.
about the Brianna Wu stuff.
Shut the fuck up. You have
Yeah,
no
Ninetales, you're literally a fucking bastard.
about the Brianna Wu stuff.
I know that your
Oh my
alt account
God.
is named
I
Adolf
know
Ninetails.
said some real sus
Oh
shit
my
about
God,
black
I posted
people.
stuff in
I know
trade
for a
stream
fact
chat.
that Ninetails has said some real sus shit about
What she said.
Aw, Stardust, you've just been hurt by me, and it's okay. I feel bad for you too.
have I
Now
been
we're at the
hurt by you, or
content.
do I
Stardust, what did
think
she
you're
say?
Hang on, guys. If we're gonna make such a
what did
victim
Ninetails
claims,
say? What did Ninetails? Because Ninetails is one of my orbiters. What did she say?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, what
got
did you
receipts?
say?
No, you got receipts. You're the one making the accusation.
I mean,
Burden of proof,
okay,
bitch.
We're gonna have to see some
pretty sure
evidence.
you know what it is. You know what it is.
Oh,
Wait, Stardust,
fuck,
we're gonna have to see
bro.
some evidence. The burden of proof is on you.
Stardust.
Stardust. Stardust.
hang
Damn
on,
it.
hang on, guys. If we're gonna,
cheering for me,
guys, can we?
Does anybody? It doesn't sound like she's gonna give anything. Did Ninetails actually say something bad about black people? I know that the most recent thing that I've seen, like a leftist, the most recent like leftist racism moment was actual Jake saying something about like black people being Christian because they're too stupid to go back to their roots from before they were slaves or some shit. Hey man, if you got a link for me, link it. I want to see some Ninetails racism.
I'm
talking
cheering for
about
you.
specific.
Ninetails.
So Stardust, you said that a bunch of people were posting topics on her forums that were harassing her. But if you look at, I
No, I
posted.
didn't say harassing, but
Hold on,
yeah, they're
I gotta
posting,
skip forward.
like,
This is so
messages
stupid.
that her like,
User of women.
Welcome. Brianna will
Wait,
fraud.
seriously,
Okay, I
seriously, can we
reclaim
do
my
one at a
time.
time, please?
I reclaim
One
my
at a
time.
time.
I
Stardust,
reclaim my
will
time.
mute you.
I
Stardust, I
reclaim
will
my
mute
time.
you.
Males first, okay?
All right, Sunday, please, just go first. Okay, just.
I was waiting. I guess that's Daedalus. Floor is yours.
Oh no, go ahead, Sunday. I've
got nothing to say. I just heard there was a hullabaloo and I thought I'd jump in.
I thought you
No,
couldn't. I thought you were trying to avoid the public eye. What happened?
Nah, nobody watches.
You heard that
It's
I
all
can
good.
suck so
That was
many
a
dicks
joke. I
in
like
one-
you for your chops.
He said he heard that I could suck a lot.
I like you.
of
No,
dicks
I'm
and
sorry.
he
It's the
wanted
joke.
to
It's the joke. I'm
You
sorry.
Anyways, I just want to point out,
Damn it.
Tatiana has to be fucking delusional to not realize she got
Sorry,
diagnosed
I'm
with
challenging.
PTSD
Who am I
after the
challenging on
gamer
sucking
stuff.
dicks?
Let's start.
What?
Well, look, maybe she did. I don't know, dude. I don't know about her personal life. I don't care
Yeah,
about
of
her
course you
personal
don't know.
life. I care
'cause you
about
don't
specific
actually know
claims
the
you want to make.
timeline of the. You don't know anything about the victims. You only know about your side and how to do damage control.
I don't think that the people that I,
don't think he's
associate
doing
with
damage
did
control.
not
I
engage
think-
with.
I know 100% he's doing damage control. I've debated him.
He's not. He just
So are
is
we
not
still
aware of
talking
reality.
Okay,
somebody-
well, I'm
we
media
go
literate,
there?
unlike you, Stardust. So
Do we
Okay,
have a
fuck off.
fucking
Ninetails,
topic yet?
Ninetails, you can shut the fuck up.
Do you know what
Again,
media
I
literacy is?
remember you
Do you know
said
what
some
media
real
literacy
fucking
is?
sus shit
You need
about
Might be
know what
hard
media
to get.
literacy
What is
is?
the first
Is there a
law of
moderator?
media literacy,
There is.
Ninetails? There
All
is.
right,
Food
one
shops.
at a time.
I have seen you.
Man, do we have to keep on watching? Like, she's already dead. Okay, she's already dead. Do we have to keep on watching like a fucking 10, 12 person fucking like dog pile on Stardust while she like desperately tries to explain Gamergate to them when it seems like they know more about it? Like
He doesn't
Food
know
shops.
what media
Can I have a
literacy
quick
is.
question?
Wait,
He doesn't know.
Hold on, Stardust, please, Stardust. When you go on these rambles, like I can barely hear you because of like the overlapping voices, and the Discord is like disabling the voices, like just because of how the Discord technical function works. Anyway, Sunday, what is the question?
Yeah, can somebody sort of orient me as to where we are?
So where we are is that I have no idea.
We are discussing where we draw the
We're at
line.
the point where
What about dicks?
Tachyon
Okay,
is
okay.
trying to do damage control for.
I literally have not
saying
seen
that
any of this
no
until
harassment.
now.
There seems to
Sunday, why don't
be.
we talk about you?
Koeman only did a video on the fucking Gamergate stuff. I don't care about the Gamergate stuff. I just don't care. I don't care about the Gamergate stuff.
Doxing
Hold on,
earlier on
stop.
Twitter.
Stop! Oh my god! Wait! When I am talking,
Put
can
our docs
nobody
on
else
Twitter.
talk?
What?
Wait! When I am talking, nobody else talks, or I will crush your ball sacks until it's a raisin. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So hold on. How about this?
15
Okay.
minutes
All
till
right.
the
There are
actual
two different
thing we're here
conversations
for.
going on right now. Can we just stop with the Gamergate shit? Nobody gives a fuck about Gamergate. Okay.
True.
All right.
I like
Second of
Gamergate.
all, okay. All right.
I bet you would, Sargon
I like the
fan.
Gamergate shit, not Gamergate. Gamergate bad, but the Gamergate event is.
Okay,
not
the
interesting.
Gamergate. Okay, whatever. So the second thing, all right, second thing is that
That was
Stardust is
goddamn.
accusing President Sunday of being a liar. Now what specifically is
what?
the lie? What is the lie?
Oh no, I didn't say. Look here, President Sunday is accused not so erudite of being a fraud in a very, very serious manner.
Yep.
And now President Sunday is accusing
And she
Brianna
is.
Wu of being a fraud.
Oh yeah. By the way, in the same way, oddly enough, as Kyle as well. It's funny.
I am just outlining there's a pattern of behavior here. Also, let's not forget that President Sunday aired out all of her not so erudite shit, all of her personal information in one place, collected,
Not all.
aggregated her
What? No, I
personal info, and fucking doxed her.
No, I didn't. I have access. I had access. I had access. I had access.
You compiled it in one
I
area.
had access.
No, I mean, I know that everyone's been talking about Sunday being a Gamergator. I want to know what his involvement was back then, right? You know who I want to talk to? I want to talk to, I know that, fuck, what's his fucking name? Dev slash, his name is Dev. Short Fat Otaku. Short Fat Otaku was the first person that let me know that President Sunday has done some sort of like doxing, life ruination people. Only one I found was this. Let's see. What's some sussy stuff about black people? They literally have to pretend that I'm unstable like suburbanite debate bros do. White trans women to be forgotten. They're the ones reducing black erasure down to hashtag usage. Just because someone is black doesn't mean they're not reactionary. Phrasing. Jesus. Oh my fucking God. The soy. The soy. A manifesto and a gun in the thumbnail is definitely a choice. It's a call of action against Sunday. Fucking. Actually. Fucking. Wait, can I tell someone to kill themselves on YouTube? Will I get in trouble? Can I just like casually say KYS? What is this?
Lady, so you're gonna. So I guess I gotta message this person and be like, "You're gonna invite me." This is gonna be a dog pile. I haven't had a good dog pile in a while.
Wait, what is this?
You gonna. Oh, by the way, I'm like naked right now, and you're not gonna get to see that.
Good. This is Scarlett's a VOD of hers, I guess. Uh-oh.
Anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-white because I acknowledge white supremacy. Is like how that's got to be fair, right? Anyways, here comes the drums. I know where to go now, so we doing this. Okay, I gotta close some other stuff and switch out my audio so that way you guys can hear. There we go. Okay, so chat, let me know how.
So I'm gonna mute all the Gentiles, just so.
Audio balancing is.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, boy.
I don't count. I'm an honorary Jew.
Sus stuff that Scarlett has said.
I mean, we're all. I thought we were all people.
Oh
of the
shit,
book,
Spectre.
according to mine.
I'm not. I'm apparently the only one who isn't. You can't stand.
So, if we could keep this as unblood sportsy as possible, that'd be fucking great.
Preferable.
Let's see what this is. I'm curious.
I mean, that will be preferable, but I also prefer not to have my takes mischaracterized. So, not doing that would be a great start.
Wait, Rez, what are you talking about? No, you can't. I'm pretty sure. I'm not certain. Oh, tell someone to KYS. Got you. Thank you. I'll try and keep it to a minimum then.
Say.
So, for starters here, I feel like a lot of times in your tweets when you were levying criticisms.
Why is he so quiet?
Aimed at the IDF, you use the word Jews. That's pretty problematic in my opinion.
Uh-oh.
Do not appreciate that at all. And the other
Scarlett
thing
is anti-Jew.
a little bit of issue with is that you're throwing around this word Jewish supremacy. which is usually something that I hear from like neo-Nazis that are talking about a global banking conspiracy. So these are very concerning dog whistles that I don't like seeing coming out of like leftist mouths. And I mean, you can clarify what you meant, but I do think that like we have to have a little bit of an honest conversation about like what rhetoric is responsible when we're talking about these things, and what rhetoric leads to, you know, Jewish people being attacked just trying to eat outside of a sushi restaurant in Los Angeles.
Whatever happened to Spectre?
But that wasn't what I was addressing, so that would be a different thing, wouldn't it?
Oh, no, because the rhetoric that you were using directly leads to that kind of violence. When you criticize the state of Israel, and instead of like criticizing the Likud party that controls that country, and Bibi Netanyahu, who controls that fucking party and that government, you said the word Jews, right? So you understand why that's problematic.
You're tired of wanting to live on a farm?
Specific tweets
Well, I
to
can
see,
ask someone that might know
like,
them
to be able to
closer.
agree or disagree with you, because some of them I think.
On my screen. They are all on my screen.
Okay, so again, point to the tweet, because some of them I feel like I probably put a little bit of consideration into that, so I don't think that applies to literally every one of my tweets. Secondly, what you're saying assumes that rhetoric is the only reason Jewish people are being attacked. No, I think Palestinian people are generally upset about what's going on, and while being targeted because you're Jewish is unacceptable, I can understand the anger, not the actions, the anger of the Palestinians. So I don't think just rhetoric leads to this.
Do you think the spike in anti-Semitic attacks that we've seen in New York, Los Angeles,
is directly related to the violence
No,
caused by
no, no.
Israel?
Do you think that those were perpetrated by Palestinians? Or do you think that they might have been perpetrated by anti-Semites who just want a fucking excuse?
I personally have no way of knowing, but the demonstrations that I've seen this come out of, when people tend to confront, would be marches of Palestinian people, and then from the footage that I've seen, where there is footage from before the actual fight, because some of these just show the fight,
Dragon Egg.
it seems like a single person yells at this group of people who are marching in solidarity with Palestinian liberation, and I very much doubt these people would know that they were Jewish if this person hadn't confronted them. Again, I don't agree with the actions, I agree with the anger. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, so in New York, that was a
Spectre.
confrontation between two marches, but in LA, these were literally just people trying to eat at a fucking sushi restaurant, and they got like assaulted. So
Okay, but like, again, how did anyone know they were Jewish? And secondly, what was that group of people doing there? Just being white supremacists? I doubt it. I feel like that's very poor context.
The Jewish people were just trying to eat. You can tell they're Jewish because like you can tell when people are fucking Jewish in Los Angeles and they're in a group. I mean, I don't know.
Can
if
you?
you've ever like been to the city, but
I've never been to New York or L.A. Wait, what about L.A.? I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know if we can listen to this until we can find a way to compress the audio or equalize the audio, because this is really fucking quiet. But can you tell when someone is Jewish in L.A.? And if so, why? Like, we could try and keep on listening to it, but I want to.
do not think that the people that attacked them were very concerned with like the plight of the Palestinians, frankly.
Okay, well, that's just your assumption. I could just as easily assume that they were Palestinians, and neither of us have better information, so I think that this is futile. Can I just ask something? I need to ask Spectre something, though. What do you think... actually, never mind. You obviously just think that they're white supremacists pretending to be Palestinians or whatever.
Wow, that was cringe.
Wow, that was cringe-based.
But yeah, anyways, in the death of the silence, I'm just going to be very clear on my position with Hamas. I think, I take the side of anybody who's fighting off settler colonialism. That doesn't mean I
my God, they're literal terrorists.
Secondly, I acknowledge that the role of Hamas in defending against Israel is more effective than if Hamas didn't exist. And if Hamas didn't exist and there was nothing else to fill the vacuum, although there could be preferable organizations that are more secular, then Israel would have done a lot worse to Palestine.
All right, Hamas is not interested in liberating the people of Palestine. Hamas is interested in what they have declared in their charter, which is a jihad on Jews.
No, it's both. It's both.
Okay, but when they
Why would you be okay with that?
You understand they're not trying to set up some kind of like fucking utopian market socialist society.
Yeah,
They're
I'd
fucking
prefer
powerful.
I
They
prefer
run a
other
power
groups
fest.
be doing this.
Then why would you
because, again,
support
this
them?
is-
They're
goes right back to,
terrorists.
like, they're not preferable, not by
there
any
are
means,
other
and I don't. Yeah, I know, but
There's
again,
the PLO, there's
I.
Fatah, there's...
Okay, stop. I was talking about.
1 second.
It is 3 in the morning. I am in a nest of Jews. They have cleverly shifted their shapes. One of them has taken the form of a little old woman. You can barely see her horns. She have tried to poison me already. These rats are very clever.
Stupid. I'm critically supportive. Oh, fuck. I just minimized literally every single fucking window on my fucking page. Cool. 1 second. Click. 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 Cool.
About the significance of their role in defending Palestine, not that literally no other groups exist. Two different arguments. My argument is acknowledging history.
They do not defend Palestine. They antagonize the Israelis and give them.
No, the Israelis are opportunists. Okay, so if there's one thing that's super clear is that the IDF, I guess, like
She almost said the Jews. Guys, did you hear that almost misspeak, bro? Oh my fucking god, that was a critical misspeak. 1 second.
Thing that's super clear is that the IDF and I guess like this is something I could be a little bit more aware of. The IDF. Okay, so like, are you going to antagonize me on my own Twitter where I can't respond while I'm streaming, or is this going to be a neutral discussion, Sam? Because you know I'm watching this, and you know that this is antagonism. So yeah, so obviously,
yes, Sam.
You know, this is what I can expect from Prime Mods, but I will say this
because
much,
all
though,
fucking people that don't platform you every week are
IDF
fucking
is far
transphobic.
More,
That's right.
Efficient at terrorizing people and stuff like that, and then blaming, and then getting people to focus on the terrorism that Palestinians or that Hamas causes, which is valid. They cause terrorism, and I oppose that. So that's like one of the things that to me I view as being maybe different from you guys, that I disagree that Hamas is inherently worse than the IDF.
Ninetales, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Fundamentally, you said that Hamas stands for the people of Palestine.
No, I
correct?
did not
So
say
ideally
that. No, I did not say that. Stop.
Shia
Okay.
Palestinian population.
But
that were
stop putting
Muslim,
words in my
correct?
mouth. No.
No, that's literally what you fucking said on the Prime panel. I'm sorry.
No.
Like, they're in your tweets.
No.
You just literally said that ideally Hamas is better than the IDF. So who do you think
Yeah, okay,
represents
so
the Shias?
I said Hamas is better than the IDF, and that they are the best people who are defending the Palestinians right now. I never said that that's all that they stand for, nor that that's ideal.
Okay.
So,
So again, Ninetales, because you chastised me for interrupting you in your first question, I want you to answer me this. What group has actively murdered Shia Palestinians more, the IDF or Hamas?
but just Shia Palestinians, I don't know.
Ouch.
Because
It's ouch because I'm
Hamas. Because you have zero fucking clue what Hamas actually does. You follow shit on Twitter and you don't actually research
no.
the subject.
But that's where you're wrong. Is
Hamas
I'm
has
aware. I'm aware that.
Jesus. Okay, hold on. The actual thing that we're here for tonight is about to start, okay?
And we will start this shit show, if you will.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm too busy to do real harassment anyway. Like, look, if you want to argue with him, if you want to say, call him a liar. I mean, after tonight, that's fair game. I mean, but no slurs, no death threats. Cool, cool.
No slurs, no death threats.
Again, what I am doing this for is I think it's important to, when lies are told, that there be a response. Again, this is not my response. This is Jenny Matrix's response, one of the people who was harmed by Sunday here. Again, I am not a white knight. I don't need to save anyone. Jenny Matrix is acting as a front person for this, and she's going to present. Is Sunday watching? I don't know. Maybe.
Probably.
I hope he does, and I hope he does showcase this to his audience.
I really hope that this is actually
It would
like
be helpful for them to
enough
see.
good shit. Okay.
So we'll see.
I hope this isn't a
see.
nothing burger.
I don't know. Will this be a feud that will span for years? I don't know about that. I don't know. Like a years long feud. Here, let me get my kick chat up too, so I'm not forgetting you lovelies. Okay, quick shout out to my kick viewers. Okay, I know you're in there. It's a.
I want to see. I want
okay,
to watch
I have
the chat
trouble.
as well.
I need another monitor to make sure I have all my chats on the screen or something. Like it's a problem.
What's your
but
viewership right
we
now?
will get
Sudden-
through it.
or
Okay,
Wick?
we'll get through it.
Oh,
So
45.
again, forgive any technical errors on this.
Oh, yeah,
It
Sunday is watching?
I get known that
Of course
I
he
am,
is.
but it's fine. Right? That I'm a silly goose when it comes to technology. So there might be some issues in the
Wick is so gross.
when we view the segments in the transitions and things like that. So forgive me for that. It's going to be scuffed. Again, the full document, edited, gussied up, made pretty, will be made available on Jenny Matrix's website, which she will link to you as we go. It's not going to be up today. It'll be up soon, though.
Damn it, I
Again,
wanted
she
to read
wants
it.
to make sure that all the links work, all the clips look good, and that's accessible. The content, though, the content's ready. Content's hot. The content's coming to you directly.
Well, then give it to us.
So we'll get that done. Okay. Let me see if she's here yet. She's not here yet. She's DMing me, though. Oh, she has a thing. It's going to be a minute or two. A minute or two, and then she'll be here. She is part of the Matrix, Wick. Maybe. Maybe. We will see.
Antenna Cactus. Was this one
Again,
of the
I'm not
old,
going to
like-
speak for her. This is her words.
Really quick, like I was in that group chat. I didn't know I was in that group chat because you guys make fucking 40 spin-offs all over the fucking place. Was this one that was just renamed, or was this a new one that they brought people into and I was just added and I didn't know it? Because I scroll down on my thing and there's like 500 group chats that are dead, but they all have the exact same like collection of people in them, minus one or two like changes, either deletions or additions. Like I don't understand what the point is.
Right? Because again, what we're doing here is we're going to showcase with Sunday's own words. Again, we're going to contrast them with what is actually said and then what Sunday implies is said. And we're going to go case by case by case by case.
Case by case by case
and
by
show
case.
you how he purposefully.
Which one? The one that got
directly
leaked. Was that one that was just renamed and it was like a
his
long-standing one, or is it one
And again,
that it was
through
the
and because
hippo,
of, a
trans
direct
hippo,
result of
something to do
his
with rhino,
lies and
hippo, something.
deceptions has
So I didn't even know I was in
led
it.
to the targeted, continuous harassment of not only Brianna Wu herself, but the members of the group chat in question, which he took no effort to protect their identities or names, no effort to redact anything else, any profile pictures, any direct names. No effort whatsoever was given, and because no effort was given, these persons were found, targeted, and harassed. We will be showing that live on screen. Again, I
Should have thrown my name in
I don't
there.
know whether
Should have
that
been
was
chatting in there. I would have got
purposeful or
harassed too.
with the non-Brianna Wu people. With Brianna Wu people, absolutely it was purposeful. Like, he, again, purposefully targeted her for harassment. He felt he was justified in doing so. And directing harassment against her. Yeah, that's no question. But the other people, I think, I don't know. I can't read his mind, right? But
It's been renamed. Okay, so it was one that was renamed. So I didn't know I was
nothing
in it.
yet,
I just
just
didn't
my,
know it under that
just my preamble.
name label.
Because we have
Hello.
the
Here we
woman
are.
of the
Let's
hour
go.
Here. Hello.
Hi.
Well, it's a big day. How are you feeling?
It is. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. I think I'm pretty confident about all of this. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting stream, I think.
Okay. I'm going to let you kind of take the reins here. And if you want me to showcase anything, if you want me to back up anything, just let me know. Also, throughout, as you present it, if I have questions or comments, I'll interrupt you because that's what I do. I'm an interrupter. It's my show. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. So I think most of what we're going to be doing is just going through Sunday's stream where he shows the leaks and going over some claims that he makes in there and discussing them. And then we'll move on to the kind of fallout from all of this and a bit of a broader discussion about it. I do have a bit of an introduction, which I suppose I'll just read now, and then we can bring up that video. So, for anyone who doesn't know, 27th of September, President Sunday hosted a stream on his channel called the Brianna Wu Leaks. In this stream, he posts a few select screenshots of a group chat that I was in with about 15 other people, including Brianna. He leaks these messages because, in his own words, Brianna has to go. There are a few things that he believes these messages prove. Firstly, that Brianna does not support non-binary people. Secondly, that Brianna wants to exclude non-binary people from the trans community for political reasons. Thirdly, that she is a trans medicalist. Fourth, that she is lying about her positions on trans issues and that her private and public stances on these issues are contradictory.
Oh,
And
that was a
five,
lie.
that she is using a group chat to coordinate harassment and bullying. All of these claims I have sources for, which I have timestamps in the video if anyone doubts that Sunday has made these claims.
It's interesting that Sunday feels confident enough to be streaming this
If you
live.
feel that's necessary. A strong theme in his coverage is relying on the implication of what's being said in the messages and his framing of them to make his arguments for them without actually substantiating his claims. He takes advantage of the fact that being a chat where there is an expectation of privacy, people don't feel the need to be as precise with their wording as they otherwise might be if they were speaking publicly. This is something that works to the advantage of anyone who's trying to take advantage of these messages. This works to the advantage of anyone who's trying to use these messages to frame the people who sent them in a negative light. It's worth noting that these leaks were from after they were sent to him, from after he began his campaign against Brianna a few days ago. So his interpretation of what was said and his actions taken on that basis are heavily influenced by his own biases. And also, the person who sent the messages to him pre-clipped them to frame Brianna in a certain way. As we will see, none of the main claims he makes about Brianna are substantiated by what's in these messages. Sunday.
Yes, can you just read off the claims again, just to reiterate, please?
Yeah, sure. So the claims again that Brianna doesn't support non-binary people, that she wants to exclude non-binary people from the trans community for political reasons, that she is a trans medicalist, and that she is lying about her positions on trans issues, and that her private and public stances on these issues are contradictory. And also that she is using a group chat, this one in particular, to coordinate harassment and bullying.
Okay. Are you ready to switch to the video? And you can give me a timestamp and we could just kind of do this. And again, I'm going to let you direct it, so you tell me when to stop and start, etc. Is that cool? Coach?
Yeah, sure. So the first bit is at 49:07.
Okay. Forgive me, gang, if the transition's rough here. I might have to adjust, so we'll see how it goes. Hold on a second. Boom. And
Sunday is so behind in the VOD.
Nope, that's the wrong one. Yes, this one? This one. Is this what we're looking at? And I don't know if you can see the stream.
I can't. Is there a way you could share your screen with me?
Well,
They should have ironed this out beforehand.
Not in stream at the same time. So here.
Why?
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna hit play. Okay, I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1, go. We're gonna hit play on this. I'm at 49:08 to be clear, because I couldn't get it to exactly 49:07. And then when you want me to stop, I'll stop. It might be helpful. Yeah. So it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a little scuffed, but this is how we're gonna do it. Cool. Cool.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got the video open now, so just tell me when.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
Benny hasn't been doing too hot lately. She's been making some gaffes. Not like this though.
Not like this, though. Really? The genocide denial wasn't enough for you?
Okay.
So it didn't take long to get here, but this bit requires some context before we get into it. So, okay. So Benny Carollo, for anyone who doesn't know, is a trans woman and political commentator who used to work for the Young Turks. She had a debate with Charlie Kirk in which she revealed herself to be a tanky and genocide denier. In this debate, she praised Stalin and Mao, did apologia for the actions of both, and laughed at the suggestion that millions of deaths that occurred during the Holodomor were deliberate. Keffels then covered this debate in a video she made where she was very critical of Benny's performance and the things that she had said. Benny then accused Keffels of going after her and posted a tweet making light of Keffels' coverage by joking about people subscribing to Benny on OnlyFans. I can send you that tweet if you'd like.
Fuck, this is such a difficult weapon to use.
Maybe, but I don't think that's important for the...
Sure.
Yeah.
So Brianna posted a screenshot of Benny's tweet saying, "If your response to a thoughtful, well-sourced video criticizing the historical inaccuracy of your position is subscribe to my nudes, it's hard for me to take you seriously."
Is this shown on the screen that is this shown in the leaks that President Sunday made, or is this before?
Oh, this is something Brianna said publicly.
Okay, fair enough.
This is
Carry
just to
on.
explain so there was a
context,
pre-existing kind of relationship, if you like, between Brianna and Benny, and this kind of frames it.
Okay.
This kind of explains how that developed. So, okay, there is a bit more back and forth until later. Brianna eventually comes into Benny's Twitch chat after Benny had been talking about her and says, "Hey Benny, I did not critique you for attention. I critiqued you because I thought Keffels raised some thoughtful points." And Benny then responds by going on a 3-minute rant about Brianna and North Korea. She starts talking about a post that Brianna apparently made and then deleted about a North Korean famine, and then pivots to some random North Korea apology where she says that North Korea treat their poorest people better than we do, which is
insane.
kind of bizarre. Eventually, Brianna leaves, and then Benny and our co-host talk about her again. This is kind of the important bit. So Benny says, at minimum, Brianna is unhelpful to trans people. And our co-host says, "I don't care if she's trans or not. She's not welcome in the trans community. She's not allowed to be part of the community either way. She's not in the trans community, so to speak." So,
okay. So she basically said, "You're kicked out of the trans community. You're no longer a part of us," right?
Yeah, for making some very mild comments about a debate that Benny had where she denied genocide and
Okay,
ran
so now we
apology
have
of-
the context, right?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
does this
exactly.
apply to this situation?
So President Sunday is about to bring up an interaction in the group chat where some things are said about Benny that are mean. I'll be honest, they are mean. I kind of stand by what I said.
Base,
But
don't back down.
They aren't unwarranted because these people, or Benny in particular, has said some pretty awful things about Brianna. And after that, after that interaction, it's worth noting that Brianna apparently received some death threats from Benny's followers.
Do you have
on
links to
Blue
those?
Sky.
Or,
I
copies?
asked and she didn't get back to me. So
Okay, fair enough.
unfortunately,
We'll
we
go to-
can't
that's
show
a-
those.
Yeah, I can't verify that one. So, yeah, strike
Yeah.
that from the record.
Fair enough. Okay. So yeah, there is like another key point here as well. So Sunday introduced this by saying Benny had been making some gaffes, but not like this. Kind of implying that what we're about to go over is somehow worse than the things that Benny has said. And Benny is someone who should be regarded in the same way that a neo-Nazi is regarded, or somebody who denies the Holocaust. Frankly, she is
Accuse
a
Brianna
vile piece of shit.
So the
And
implication
brag about going after Joe's identity. I don't think that ever happened.
is that in President
yeah.
Sundays and again, as we just saw, and I can rewind it a little bit and play it again, President Sunday introduced Benny as someone who's made some gaffes lately, but nothing like this were his words. And again, the gaffes being genocide denial. That's the gaffe. And this, what, again, he's going to leak and show that Brianna Wu said is worse than genocide denial. That is, again, what you're accusing here, what you're stating?
I think that's. I think what happened is that Sunday. I don't think that Sunday thinks that what Benny said is okay by any means. I just think he is so desperate for a dunk on Brianna that he was willing to downplay what Benny has said to make sure that his claim lands harder, to make it seem like Benny maybe didn't deserve what Brianna said.
Okay, should we continue?
Yeah, sure.
We will continue.
So let me just find where I am.
When you're ready, let me know.
Sure.
We are at 49:22 to be clear.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yep.
The Hippo Pub, apparently. This
Hippo
is Cactus.
Pub.
Some of you may know Cactus. It puts the lotion on his skin. Her dress reminds me of those god-awful skirts that femboys buy. Please, says Olivet Venom. And then Brianna Wu here. God.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we'll have to, you know what? Screw it. We'll just reset the transformation. I thought that was going to be all neat.
They should have clipped these things out. Damn it.
Her dress reminds me of those god-awful skirts that femboys buy. Please, God, no. I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally.
Okay, pause.
Paused.
So, our comments in here were about how she dressed. Overwhelmingly, the closest claim anyone has to us saying that we were calling we were calling Benny ugly, was Brianna saying she's not super hot. The transvestite comment that she made was about her outfit and would have applied just as well to a cis woman who wore something that exaggerated her more masculine features. And this is after multiple days of discourse about Benny, where Benny had said some pretty awful things about Brianna publicly. And this was a comment about how she dressed made in a private chat, not to Benny's face. This wasn't said to Benny. This was said about Benny somewhere where she would never see
I don't think this is going to be good, guys.
Unless, well, I mean, until Sunday leaked the
unless
chat, of
someone
course.
shows it to her, right?
Yeah.
At least they need to pick up the pace.
Okay, so another thing. So I'm not sure if Sunday has said this yet or not. I didn't catch it, but he claims at some point that we were responding to a picture of Benny that Cactus posted, which only showed Benny's face. This isn't true. He believed this, or he said this, because he doesn't have a complete picture of most of these conversations, and this is a running theme throughout Sunday's stream, as we'll see. Messages that have been, if you check the timestamps, clipped out of order, extremely out of order, and Sunday seems to think that certain conversations feed into each other when actually they don't. And the picture that we were responding to was something that had been posted before, where her whole outfit was shown. So it's not just this picture of her face, okay? And also, I'm not going to defend the thing that Cactus said. That was really scummy. Like, come on, Cactus.
Come on,
I don't know why you
Cactus.
say that.
Mean words. But I guess my question for you is, how does this show Sunday is lying? Or Sunday is being manipulative? Can you explain that?
It shows that because this has been presented as Brianna calling Benny a slur, as if this is like some, as if this was like some super undeserved comment, as if she was saying something transphobic about Benny, when in reality I just think that's completely untrue. I don't think that this proves that at all. I don't think saying somebody presents
we're just on
themselves
point
as a
number one.
transvestite is inherently a transphobic thing, and especially given the context that he leaves out or that he downplays about the previous interactions between Brianna and Benny, I don't think that what is said here is unwarranted at all.
Okay. But you can see why some people might think that, right? That this,
I
I'm not
can.
defending. To be clear,
Sure.
I want to make my audience clear. I'm not defending this. I think this was wrong for Brianna Wu to say. Right?
Fair enough.
This
But
was a
again, this
strong
was said in private after some pretty awful things have been said
Sure.
by the other party
Fair enough.
about Brianna publicly. So
Okay.
I am not going to lose sleep over it, and I don't think anyone else should either.
Noted. Shall we continue?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Give me a second. 3. We are at 50-15. To be clear. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go.
Keep it moving, Wick. Keep
This
it
is
moving.
Brianna Wu responding to a photo on Twitter of Benny from the Young Turks, formerly of the Young Turks. I am using MS Paint. What kind of technological mastermind do you think I am?
Maybe I can survive by just like not moving
Oh,
for a
this
second.
is going bad. Cactus replies, I would be more okay with non-binaries if they wouldn't co-op my medical condition. They're not real, can we just admit that? It's depressing how many trans spaces I'm not allowed in because I have wrong think. Brandon Wu, to her credit.
Okay.
So Brianna Wu is apparently saying in this transmedicalist group chat where she's voicing all of her true evil secret opinions about non-binary people, and the first thing that she says in this conversation is non-binary people are obviously real.
And it's hard to tell from the picture. That's something Brianna Wu said?
Oh, you'll see a later message
okay.
Where it does show that it's cropped very poorly, but there is a screenshot that clearly shows that.
Okay.
So why would she say this if it was true that she wanted to exclude non-binary people from the trans community if she didn't think non-binary people were real?
Do you have a
or anything?
timestamp on hand of President Sunday saying that Brianna Wu thinks that non-binary people aren't real, or that she is transmedicalist or something, right?
Yeah, sure. So
Can we go to
Brianna wants
that?
to.
I think that might be helpful at this juncture.
Yeah, so I can show her saying that Brianna. Sorry, I can show. God, I think I just misgendered Sunday. Damn, I'm all over the place.
It's okay. It's okay. Relax. It's fine.
So Brianna wants to exclude non-binary people from the trans community. And also Brianna doesn't support non-binary people. Okay. 125.
I told him to do a full write-up.
Same video, 125:45.
Yes.
We'll get there. So make a note right now, gang. 5101. That's where we're at. You got that noted? So we can come back to it easy. 5101. And so what are we going to right now?
Okay. You ready?
Give me the timestamp again.
Oh, 125:45.
This changes everything we know about
We got an
tinnitus.
ad. Fuck ads.
Neurologists have
Okay.
found that tinnitus.
Is lying for
Scuff
clout.
stream.
She's telling the truth.
Okay, 45. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
At least in the latter part. She is lying that she supports non-binary people for clout. And she's not just lying that she supports non-binary people. She's obscuring the fact. She's being incredibly two-faced about the fact that she is ridiculing a lot.
Okay.
I think that substantiates the claim pretty nicely.
Okay.
Do you agree?
The claim being that President Sunday is claiming that she does not support trans people. We're going to jump back to 5101, and we can see on the screen,
I knew that was going to happen.
non-binary people are obviously real. Sunday again presents this as evidence, or part of this is evidence that, again, Brianna Wu says that or is just lying for clout in private. I'm assuming we're going to continue and it's going to be something worse, but we'll see, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the claims he makes kind of stack up from him.
Fair enough.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready. Go.
Okay.
NB people are obviously real. It says that they are in the same SOC we used to transition. Now what's interesting is I think this is actually out of order. Here we go. This is where it continues. Right. So I mean, if you're the person who sent them did not send them in order, so we're gonna have to figure it out a little bit as we go. So she says in response to, once again, this picture of Benny from the Young Turks. I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally.
Over this when he returns to Nick Whitcourt.
I'm just going to say to the audience again, remember, none of this is redacted. None of these names are blocked. Again, that's important to remember for name later, okay?
And then she
he
says,
took no effort
people
to
like Benny honestly disgust
They
me
should have led with their strongest
top to
stuff.
bottom. Just
What
dreadful.
timestamp you up to?
We are at 51:52.
Okay.
Can I continue?
Yeah, no, I'm, yeah.
I'm going to put this as delicately as I can, Brianna. Because I do have standards. If I were you...
Yeah, this was a really bad comment.
Into the arena of insulting people on the basis of their personal appearance, I would tread lightly.
Okay, pause.
Okay.
So I think the implication of that is pretty clear, and I think Sunday is doing the exact same thing that he is accusing Brianna of in these DMs, of making cruel remarks about a trans woman's physical appearance. Only me and Brianna kept our comments, not Cactus, but me and Brianna kept our comments to how Benny was dressed, whereas Sunday has just kind of made a vague blanket statement about how Brianna looks. Or an implication, should we say?
An implication.
An implication of what? That she doesn't pass. That was the
there.
implication there.
So the dishonesty here, as you're claiming, as I understand it, is that he holds Brianna Wu.
Why aren't they harping on the fact that he's implying that Brianna Wu doesn't pass?
The looks of a trans woman is enough evidence, or part of enough evidence, to point to how she does not support non-binary people and that she's cruel, and he himself is insulting Brianna Wu's looks. But
Pretty
he
much,
does
yeah.
not hold the same standard. Is that what you're going with for this portion?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Sure. Let's go.
Top to bottom, just dreadful. Imagine giving up a gig as a political commentator with a legit news organization to go and LARP as a Twitter communist posting cringy 2017 tier shit. I don't know what that means. But that's true. Like, Benny's been...
I have that comment clipped. What comment clipped?
The Stalin defenses are not doing her any good. Not a smart cookie. But then she says, can I ask you a real question? Yeah, go for it. Benny talks about learning she was trans on Facebook, looking at what advertisers thought she was. I cannot imagine this. When did y'all know?
They should have clipped out the specific parts.
You can really tell that he's just been sent these very quickly, and he's just desperate to get them out on stream. He's just throwing them all into MS Paint.
I mean,
no order.
I'm not going to judge him for the scuff nature of the...
Why would you not?
God, the ordering of this is so bad.
Why would you not criticize him for that? That means that he got them, didn't think about whether or not he should fucking do this. He just did it because it would be good clout.
We might have a gap there, that's possible. But that's fine. So I think it
like
ends
this is
there
so
for that section.
this is
I think
so
we're gonna come back to
bad
that in the next
presentation.
section.
I've lost like over like 70% of my viewership. And it's not even my stream.
That's Jenny Matrix who said that last thing, by the way. That wasn't Boo.
I don't even have it on screen.
You're
Nothing's happening though.
Apparently.
So here we go. Oh, I think this is it actually. Like obviously you're getting a lot of very autogynephilic ads. You have a condition, but I can't imagine basing such a huge life decision on what an advertisement platform thought I was, or else I'd be in cooking class and buying a German vehicle right now. I always knew, but y'all are actual transsexuals. That's woo. I always knew, but y'all are actual transsexuals. Did you know early on, or am I being
pause.
too hard?
Okay.
So, I'm not really sure why Sunday paused here, or what the implication of that was supposed to be. but he clearly thought it meant something because
It's far more entertaining than the lab stuff. What lab?
Y'all are actual
did
transsexuals.
something
Do you have any
actually
thoughts
happen
on
there,
why
or
he would say that? Do you think it's just the use of the term transsexual?
I know.
Yes,
he
I
has a
think he
problem with?
was implying that Brianna Wu doesn't think Benny is an actual trans person. That was the implication I got from this portion of the leak.
I mean, I read this differently. I think she said, I think she was referring to her affinity.
this
with the
might
term
do more
transgender over the
damage to
term
Brianna Wu if this
transsexual.
doesn't
She
pick
says,
up
I
here.
always knew,
Like
but y'all are actual transsexuals. I think the contrast there is between Brianna
she's
viewing herself as transgender, but she knows that some
so
of us in the
calm.
chat, including the people
Wick
who
isn't
she
keeping
was
the
talking to in
conversation
that
going,
conversation, who she knew
like,
were active
fast.
then, prefer the term transsexual to refer to ourselves.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't see an issue with that.
This is more entertaining than what we saw. Damn.
Yeah.
Trying to
so
private
let's
what
just
video?
play. I'm at 54:29.
I'm at 54:30. So.
Okay.
Oh, he's trying to
Okay.
private the video
Yeah.
while they're watching it. Oh fuck, dude.
Vehicle, which is only
This is why they should have
from
clipped
me
out
breaking down
specifically the
Googling what
things that
Porsches
they
were,
wanted to
which
see.
you, Brianna. Okay, it's great. It isn't really a descriptive term, but a political identity, and its objective is to turn gender into a matter of pure individualism. How do you square that with those same academics doing things like WPATH? It proposes that gender is really just a matter of self-identification, which should be uncoupled from the biological reality it came from. Did Marxist feminists found WPATH?
Okay, so let's pause this
Perhaps
for
they
just a
did.
second.
Okay.
So in this bit, he covers a short exchange between me and Brianna, where the beginning has been mostly clipped away and the early parts of the conversation can't be seen. And why she brought up the WPATH SOC, that's the World Professional Association for Trans Healthcare, I think. The SOC is standards of care, so it's like the standards that this organization proposed should be used to treat trans people. And the reason that she brought that up was because of
Well,
the
he's doing
claim
it
that I
live
made
right now.
about the origins of modern gender theory. And
Evidently.
I think a lot of the conversation kind of stems from a bit of a miscommunication there.
Okay.
There is a kind of implication that Brianna's acceptance of non-binary people only stems from the fact that they have some medical recognition, including
Yeah, Nair,
in
if
this,
you,
this document, this
I don't have a way
WPATH
to
standards
fucking
of care.
contact Ginny.
But
I don't think.
that's not really true. The reason that she brought that up
I
was
messaged
because
Wick.
she was responding to me, who she knows I am a trans medicalist, and she believed that sending that would be evidence that I might be more likely to believe, not because.
Wait. So, okay, she was actually arguing with you because you are a trans medalist, right? So she was arguing against you, and she posted that to argue against you, to actually support non-binary people, transgender people, etc.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Sunday is pointing this out as evidence that she's doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Like,
good.
Sunday, Sunday presented. Sunday didn't present this in the way that it actually happened. This was my interactions with Brianna in this chat tend to be arguing about trans positions. I am far more of a trans medicalist, and I think I'm probably the most trans med person in that chat. Maybe there is someone.
Well, you guys
more,
can
but
fight about who's the most trans medical later.
anyway, Brianna is way on the other side of this. Like Brianna like supports non-binary people, supports the use of all sorts of pronoun stuff that I don't agree with. I have big issues with myself. I'm very open about that. But this interaction is not her agreeing with me by any means. She is disagreeing with me because she supports non-binary people, even in these private spaces, these apparent trans medicalist evil secret group chats where she's voicing all her real opinions,
Put a pin in this, gang. This is important to come back to because this will play into the harassment that's received later, is continuously received. Again, one of the claims that Sunday has made is
Wick's
that Brianna Wu
YouTube
is
chat is saying that this is bad. Like this is not helping Brianna's
somehow,
case.
I don't know, like a trans medicalist enabler.
Granted, I'm looking at Doobie right now, so
causes wherein
he describes her views as trans medicalist. I have a clip of that.
You have a clip of that? Can you give me the clip?
Yeah, sure. I can give you the timestamp. It's in this video.
We're at 55:03 right now. Where are we going?
Yeah, sure. So the timestamp is, let's go 1:18:10.
Okay, you ready?
You can help
I got an
save a
ad.
baby's
Oh my
life for
god,
just
I
$1.
hate
Get
ads.
YouTube fucking
Saving
red, you
Moses.
fucking idiot.
Okay, here we
She's
go.
not unique in this.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Brianna Wu is an extremely common occurrence. There are a lot of people who are doing this. The Young Turks did this for a little while. In fact, I would be very surprised if her transmedicalist positions aren't directly a consequence of her recognizing that ultimately the most valuable stocks that she has are in the
Transmedicalist
Young
positions.
Transmedicalist positions. Again, implying that
Okay,
these are the views, just if I may, that these are the views, because I want to connect this both for me and my audience, so I understand. Again, he's claiming that she's a transmedicalist or holds transmedicalist views, and the evidence which he's using, again, to support that claim, is her arguing with a transmedicalist in a group chat and posting WPath in order to perhaps convince you that non-binary and transgender identities are also valid, just like transmedical, more transsexual things are also valid. Is that
If there was
accurate?
a slam dunk, it would have been plastered
Yes.
everywhere already.
Okay. Where are we going back? 50, what was it?
Yeah.
5503 or something?
The
I was hoping you'd
part that
remember.
I was hoping to see very early on was all
Yeah,
of the
I think that's right.
harassment. They should have opened with the
Okay.
harassment that
There
was
you- there you
resulting
go.
of all of this.
Yep.
To it. And I think Wu provides this article here.
And they should have had a full
battle
written out
over,
script where they just like read it off without all the questions back and
Found
forth,
no, but
where
they
they
are involved.
explained
They're not
all of the
always as
connotations of
helpful.
everything
They're not always helpful as
without
illustrated
it
above.
being
It's a very
this
long article,
slow
make it a
pace,
TLDR
this
on
snail
relevant parts.
pace.
Sure,
Fuck
Marxists
me,
within
dude.
WPath threw a fit about compromising, namely. It's been a while since I read it, but it's basically the tension between the fact that a lot of trans stuff is under-researched. There's a whole chapter in the SIC for non-binary people, apparently, SOC, in the SOC. Jenny says, I'm not really sure what this has to do with my point, to be honest. And then we have the article here. Gender nonconformity refers to the extent to which a person's gender identity, role, or expression differs from the cultural norms prescribed for people of a particular sex. Gender dysphoria refers to discomfort or distress that is caused by a discrepancy between a person's gender identity and that person's sex assigned at birth, and the associated gender role and/or primary and secondary sex characteristics. Only some gender nonconforming people experience gender dysphoria at some point in their lives. Treatment is available to assist people with such distress to explore their gender identity and find a gender role that is comfortable.
Why is this included?
Now, she interprets this in a rather strange way. So she says, you were criticizing academics, and I was pointing out that it was the researchers at WPath and Benjamin's before that helped medicalize transsexualism. Didn't WPath
pause.
add eunuch?
Okay.
So here it's pretty clear that she is disagreeing with me. She's
It's an
pointing
argument,
out.
Yep.
Yeah, she misinterprets what I was saying. I clarify at the end of the exchange that as we'll see in a minute, but she misinterpreted my point as to mean that it was, what was it? She thought that I was talking about how academics generally, or that academia as kind of a monolith, was pushing this view. But I clarify, well, no, it's a very specific part of academia who is pushing this. And she was using these people who helped to medicalize transsexualism from within academia, the WPath people, people like Benjamin, she mentions. They themselves include it in their own standards of care, right? So if you're a transmedicalist, if you support the views of these organizations, these medical views of transitioning, then you are also disagreeing with the same people who are pushing those standards. So there's kind of a bit of a contradiction there. If you follow that. It was a misinterpretation.
I think the details of your argument are unimportant at this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
it's just-
Anyway,
it's not-
yeah.
I'm not here to relitigate y'all's
For sure.
argument, right?
For sure. Yeah, I shouldn't even
It's all
mention
good.
that.
It's all good. Keep going.
Okay. Keep playing. Yep.
And neopronoun bullshit. Not that I can see. Academia isn't a monolith, and I'm not claiming it is. Fair enough. Point I was making is that the Tumblr-ite stuff you see today can be traced back directly to the gender theory of the 1990s put forward by the likes of Marxists like Feinberg. So So that's all very boring.
It's true. It is.
That's pretty boring. This is page 1. There's a reason why we're looking at this first. Oh, here we go. So she says, non-binary people, inserted sort of into the middle here. Non-binary people are obviously real. This is referring to...
Depression. I gotta add. Give me a second.
Bro, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh. Okay, ad's over.
This one here,
Sure.
right, of course.
What time stamp are you on?
So this...
Oh, I'm at 57:23.
I love Wick.
Okay, yep.
Continue.
I've spoken with Ginny.
Says non-binary
Respect him.
people are not real. Can we just admit
This is
that?
bad, guys. Here's the video downloaded.
Wu replies, to her credit,
Who
non-binary
does?
people are obviously real. It
Pause
says
for a
they are-
second.
Okay.
So if you look at the timestamps here, you can actually see that Sunday is wrong about the flow of this conversation. If you look above, you'll see there's a reply from somebody
3:03
else who wasn't the last person at 3:03 p.m. and Wu's response comes even later than that, whereas the previous message came, I think, at least an hour before
Why
then.
would it still have ads?
So he's just. I think this.
Doesn't
I
make
don't
any
actually have access to the
sense.
chat anymore. It's kind of fallen apart and it's just gone. But if it. It just kind of shows the lack of actual structure that Sunday has in his argument. He's just tying things together as he kind of sees things, or as he wants to see things, rather than how they actually are.
Understood.
Yeah. I feel like we're taking way too long on this. I'm being too slow, so I'll try and speed it up.
Fair enough.
There we go.
Do you want to go to 1.5 times speed?
Give me a second. Settings.
Might need 1.75 with Sunday.
Max speed 1.5. I'm there, and I'm at 57:33. Are you ready?
Yes. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
The same SOC's transition. What's not clear is the best course of action. What's not clear is what the best course of action is for them. The same SOC says they need to discover a gender role that fits them. I'm not sure how to square that with a mission which is basically abolish gender, and I think they are 2 pages out of a 120-page document, which makes them grabbing the steering wheel aggressive.
So yeah, pause here. So she is again arguing that, yeah, she's again using an argument she thinks is going to appeal to me as a trans medicalist, saying that within this
Nair, can you
within this
tell
document,
Wick to turn
there
up the
are,
volume
within
on
this document,
Sunday so we
pushed
can actually
by
hear what he says?
Trans medicalist organizations or medical trans organizations suggesting that non-binary people do exist. So it makes sense that you should support it. It suggests there is strong clinical evidence for the existence of non-binary people. I disagree with this, but that is what she is saying. And she's only used okay.
So she's actually sticking up for non-binary people here.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm
And
watching
again,
this in a...
I want to reiterate.
To increase the volume on the Sunday video so people can hear it.
That Sunday has made over and over and over again is that Brianna Wu does not actually support non-binary people in private.
I have them all the way
and
up.
again, this is part of the evidence that he has used to showcase that Brianna Wu does not actually support non-binary people in private. And yet, as testimony from Jenny here suggests, as the log itself suggests, as we can see it in the context, that she is not only supporting non-binary people by saying obviously non-binary people are real, but also using arguments to try to convince people who think otherwise that they are real. If that is not support, I don't know what that is. So again, for Sunday to showcase this and use this and suggest and imply that this is the case
There we
is
go.
just a flat out deceptive lie. There is no better way to put it. There is no easier way to put it. He is lying when he tells you this. He doesn't believe this. He knows. He's not stupid, okay? He knows that this is a lie. This is absolutely a lie that he has claimed over and over and over again. And why has he claimed these things over and over and over again?
Clout.
Well, because he doesn't like Brianna Wu's politics. That's it.
There we go.
That's it. That's it. He
Bring the charisma,
again,
Wick.
feels slighted by Brianna.
Pull
Wu.
it back.
He wants to target her and harass her, and he has led targeted. And again, if he is using this stream to label her as someone who is a liar and a hypocrite, first of all, someone who is a trans medicalist, which we saw earlier, and also someone who does not support non-binary people. These are things he has claimed publicly over and over again. And once again, The evidence presented not only does not say that or does not suggest that, but instead suggests the exact opposite. Okay, sorry for that rant, but I think it's very important to drive this home.
Yes,
okay?
it is.
Sure. I'm at 57-47.
57-47? I'm a little ahead of there, but let's get back to it. I'm at 57-49. Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Mission, which is basically abolish gender, and I think they are 2 pages out of a 120-page document, which makes them grabbing the steering wheel aggressive. So the issue Brianna is having right now. Oh, Sunday does not. This is some great crime. You'll see in the next section. Don't worry. We're taking this slow. We're taking this really slow. So what we're looking at here is representative of a general attitude. Non-binary people are grabbing the steering wheel. Gender non-conforming people are grabbing the steering wheel. People who don't fit into an easy trans man, trans woman categorization, they're grabbing the steering wheel. They're taking control, and it's a bad thing. That is a bad thing. We need limits, after all.
Okay, pause. So what Brianna was saying here was not that at all. He kind of implies that he's saying that she's saying, Sunday implies that Brianna is saying that non-binary people taking control of the trans movement is a problem. What she is saying here is not that at all. Non-binary people are predominantly people who don't medically transition. They have different priorities for people who are medically transitioning. So, and even when you have a community all under one umbrella, it should be pretty obvious that there are going to be disagreements over the best direction for trans advocacy. And because of this huge growth of non-binary people in recent years and these kind of differences in what people think are the best direction for the trans movement to go in, and the fact that the majority of people of advocacy now seems to be supporting non-binary people rather than the needs, the like medical needs and acceptance of binary trans people, that's kind of what Brianna's getting at here. It's she calls it aggressive. She doesn't say that non-binary people shouldn't have a say in the trans movement, that they shouldn't be advocated for or anything like that. It's just about this kind of slight disconnect between these two groups under one umbrella. But she isn't advocating for getting rid of the umbrella at all.
Yes. I mean, anyone with a brain can see that. Anyone that isn't ideological captured or just lying. I mean, it's clear, even just from reading these directly, right? Even without the context. It's just, that's how it reads. Again, it has to be framed and presented in a dishonest way for people to come to a different conclusion. Or you don't have, or you're just skimming it, not paying attention. You're just, again, believing the commentator that you're hearing it from. But fair enough. Okay. Are we good?
For sure.
Continue?
Yep.
I'm at 58-41. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay.
Here's where it gets interesting.
Let's see where it gets interesting.
This is section 2.
Damn it.
Trans people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a... Sorry, these people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a sort of legitimate front to push their ideology with no regard for our struggles. So this is a transgender equals
I
trans.
Didn't.
That's what TG equals.
I was disagreeing with Cactus here.
Okay. Well, that's how Virginia Pierce used it in the 70s, but it's been an umbrella term for most of its life, especially since it became widespread. Transsexuals voice train because they want to fit in with other women. Transgenders
again,
don't
not
voice
gonna
train
defend
because
that.
what even is a female voice, bro? Lol, lol, lol. And here we go. This is Brianna. In reply to Jenny Matrix. Let me double check. Let's make sure I'm not misrepresenting her. It's important. It's very important. It is. Okay. Look, I'm just speaking really honestly here, heterodox stakes. Probably too honestly. Probably, as we'll see. But I now recognize leftist culture was always going to take us here. I said nothing about the BLM riots because I...
So I said nothing about the BLM riots because I didn't want the trouble. Now, people have taken this a certain way. They've taken... Brianna's been accused of being a racist on Twitter because of this. It's quite funny, actually. I have some tweets that people have made about that. She very specifically talks about the BLM riots. And the reason why she doesn't want to talk about it or why she didn't want the trouble was because people will interpret you saying anything vaguely negative towards one of these movements, one of these like progressive movements or
This
results
isn't
of
going to
a
be a
progressive
good
movement
hit
or
on
progressive
them.
affiliated thing. They will
This
kind
isn't
of
going
accuse you
to
of
change
being
anyone's mind.
racist or sexist or homophobic or transphobic or anything like that. And that is what this
Yeah,
whole
that's-
exchange
yeah.
is about. This is what she means when she says leftist culture. She was responding to a comment that I made about like the nature of transness, how it's changed, whatever, and how it's now more about like purity politics within the leftist and progressive movement. And how the silence of people within the movement has kind of led to that development, and that's why we have what we have now.
I mean, that's not
that would-
only true, but she has said this publicly. This isn't a secret. She's tweeted about
Oh,
this.
man.
She said this on my show.
They should have
She said
let
that
me
the
help.
trans Twitter is canceled.
I
on my
offered to
show.
help.
Like again, this isn't private. This isn't new. This isn't different. This isn't special.
Like, I don't want to be an
this is just
asshole
what
and
she
say I could have
believes. Now,
saved
you
it
can
because I don't
disagree,
know
that's
if I
fine.
could have. But I told him to look
again,
at Destiny's
imply
old
that
manifestos.
the implication
There's
that
a
this
there's
means she
a
doesn't.
science to
maybe
it.
there's more. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing quickly.
Please.
Like, it is really funny how that comment she made about the BLM riots kind of became a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? She said she didn't talk about it at the time because she didn't want the trouble. And now she's got people in her mentions giving her trouble for it, even though she never said anything about BLM itself or the George Floyd protests. It was specifically the BLM riots that she didn't speak up about, and now she's been accused by multiple people of being racist because of that. So it's just a funny little self-fulfilling prophecy, I think, leaking that. It kind of underlines the point that she's making about this trend within leftist culture and progressive politics.
Okay.
Okay, I'm at 1 hour 40 seconds.
I'm at
and-
1 hour 35. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
You ready? Go.
I didn't want the trouble, and I said nothing when Tanky started taking over the party, because I didn't want trouble. And I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need to have dysphoria to be trans. And I'm looking at where we
I'm
are. It's
also-
just like my silence led us here.
I'm looking
all
at
of us.
the chats of both Wick and Sunday right now.
Ads, hold on.
It's made very, very cool
Yeah, I
through
know.
the
I'm
media.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, ads done.
We did it with
She
freedom
made a
tensions.
couple of comments about tankies here that I thought were kind of strange.
I'll pause it.
Okay.
I'm at 101.07. Go on.
Yeah, she made a couple of comments about tankies here that I thought was strange, but I think this was just sloppy wording because, as I mentioned at the beginning, these are group chats where there's like an expectation of privacy, so people aren't super specific with their wording. I think she meant to say movement and not party. I don't know why she said tankies taking over the party because, obviously
Irrelevant.
tankies are not taking over the Democratic Party. That would be a ridiculous thing to say. So are you ready? Are you past the
Yeah,
ad,
I'm
or-
at 101.07.
Okay, cool.
Good.
And go. Yep.
But if we don't stop this bullshit, leftism will die. I think because I'm old enough to remember when we moved away from transsexual, I'm a bit more nuanced. You have to remember, daytime TV was obsessed with the sex in transsexual, so it was trying to water that down. I do think that as transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore. It makes sense to bring
Okay,
it back.
pause. So, transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore. This is like a factually true statement. She's referring to the demedicalization of transgender, which is something that Sunday himself advocates for. One of the most common messages that you hear about trans stuff is, oh, you don't need to medically transition to be trans. You don't need hormones. You don't need dysphoria. It's about making transgender a non-clinical term. But
I'm
now,
sorry.
what we're
I don't
talking
want to
about
be
here
mean
is
to
the fact
Jenny
that
Matrix
since the
because
number
I
of
don't think
transgender
she's
people who don't
like a
medically
bad
transition
person.
now
But having a
outnumber the
trans
number of
medicalist
transgender
come in
people
here
who
to
do medically
defend
transition, there is a
using
kind
the
of need
trans
to
medicalist
distinguish between
arguments
those people. So that's what we're talking about here. And this doesn't mean that,
is not
that
helping
anyone
Brianna Wu.
opposes the transgender umbrella. I mean, I do personally.
And
but
it's not
what
like they can
Brianna is saying
stop,
here, so
you
why
know?
she's bringing it up. It's not because of that. It's just because there is a growing need to recognize that there is a difference between these groups, and we need language to describe it. That is all that's being said here, and it's kind of being taken to mean that she does want to get rid of transgender and replace it with transsexual, but that just isn't true.
Though President Sunday is implying that this here means that Brianna Wu is wanting to remove transgender and replace it with transsexual. However, as your claim here is that that's not at all what she was saying. That she was saying we need to have transsexual back as a term to distinguish between those who need medical care and transition and those who do not desire or seek it. Is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I fail to well, maybe he'll explain why this is bad, but that seems reasonable to me. But let's go. You ready?
Yeah, the most annoying thing about these leaks is how boring they are, frankly. Like, there's a little bit of catty behavior, and
Sure.
then, like, other than that, it's just some pretty bland conversations about trans stuff that no one outside
this is the most boring of things to go
I know,
over. But
Nair, I
the
know.
lies that have been spread about this are important. This is why I'm hosting this, right? Because again,
viewers are
the
dropping off.
lies and how
Yeah,
this has
probably
been
from mine,
represented
too.
to the public at large is so far beyond what it actually was. And again, this is due directly to President Sunday's implications, deceptions, and lies. Again, misrepresenting things
This doesn't
as
seem
one
bad to
thing
me.
when they mean the exact opposite. And we saw that earlier.
Really quick. I'll just mute it because they're not getting to anything quickly. No, I'm not like hyper reading the other chats, right? I'm mostly like looking at Discord for something else. But like this is the problem. When you want to do an expose on someone, or when you want to like prove that someone was lying about you or about someone else or something like that, you want to write a manifesto, right? What do you want to do? You want to have all of the points lined up exactly where you want them. What you probably want to do, I don't think I've ever seen a manifesto that just is bullet pointed that came off good, because you're going to be sitting there and you might ramble or you might insert some stuff that is irrelevant, right? And whenever you insert shit that's irrelevant, the other side is going to do what? They're going to say, look, they're just talking about they're nitpicking tiny little mistakes I did. Like, okay, fuck me. Okay, so I did this. Let's look at the broader picture. And when you're going this slow, they have a lot of time to fucking make fun of the fact that you're going slow, that you don't have anything, and that's why you're going slow. Like, there has to be you have to be hyper conscious of your presentation on this shit. Otherwise, it's just not going to come off good.
Evidence that any kind of dog pile occurred, but Sunday uses this as proof, and he states this again later on, that Brianna was encouraging a dog pile on Benny, as if we're using
and they
this
should
chat
have
to organize
lowered the amount
harassment
of things that they were
against
responding
people,
to,
which is
to the most
an
important
absurd
things.
claim.
Do you have a
completely
link
baseless
to that claim when he says that? Do you have a timestamp for that?
He just made it. He just said, and this is her in this transmedicalist chat asking them in particular to come and join in a dog pile on Benny.
Fair enough. We just heard it, gang. Okay, are you ready to keep going? I'm at 10201.
Yeah, sure. And let's go.
Well, we saw that one.
It'll look better in edited form. It doesn't matter, because by the time he edits it, it gets edited down. Everyone has already looked at the VOD.
I'm going to pause it real quick.
No. It's not that I had extremely high hopes. It's that
again,
I know what makes a good and bad manifesto.
Harassment to post a screenshot of an exchange you had,
like Vince
again,
V. You've seen a Destiny manifesto before, right?
A screenshot of I'm having an altercation with this person. Look at what they're saying. That's stupid. If you think that that's calling for a dogpile or harassment, seek mental help. You are unable to deal with reality. You have no cognitive ability to separate fantasy and fiction, and you are a victim of your delusions and need medical therapeutic help. So please stop watching now and go get that. Okay, can we continue?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing quickly about this, which is through his own inaction, through not redacting any of the leaks, through saying our names multiple times in the stream, people who are unrelated to the point that he's trying to make, which is that Brianna is some duplicitous backstabber, basically, who's
the Vosh one was the most boring one.
He claims that's why he's leaking it, but he doesn't make any effort to hide our names. He says them multiple times, doesn't tell his audience not to go after us or anything. And in fact, ended up liking a bunch of the responses that we got.
We're gonna get to that.
We're gonna get to
right?
that. Yeah,
we're gonna get to the harassment part here, but
it's interesting that he thinks that these clips conversations, which he interprets as transmedicalist, in a private group chat are valid grounds for that harassment to happen. But his condemnation of this imaginary dog pile of Benny indicates that he kind of thinks Benny's actions don't warrant any such response. Which I mean. You tell me what's worse, being a transmedicalist or being a tanky who denies genocide.
And again, once again, though, Brianna Wu is not a transmedicalist, or at least I have yet to see any evidence that she is a transmedicalist. Cool? We good?
Yep.
102.26 as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think
I know.
the next like, minute or so
Like,
is pretty boring. I don't
because
think
you
Sunday
can
actually says
because they're
anything.
going so slow. He can find so many
yeah,
different
that's-
ways
Let's play it
to
and
fucking
it's on 1.5
reframe
times.
the statement.
I think he shows a couple of things that don't actually show anything really.
No, it doesn't like that. Hang on. Let's open this in Paint again. This is Wu responding to Benny. If you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite.
Again,
Yeah,
repeats
you're
the
right
same
about
claim,
this. This is nothing.
completely
This is
false.
nothing. Okay.
And over the whole world,
I gotta
goes
add.
the
Hold
spirit
on.
of joy.
World War I
Somebody, hey gang,
promised
if you're
us
liking
a-
this, give me money so I don't have to have ads
So here
anymore.
she is asking these people in particular to jump in on that. Stop projecting onto other people, immediately projects onto Gammy. I'm assuming this is commentary from the Blue Sky conversation. That bitch is fucking crazy. I really think trans Twitter is as terrible as Gamergate, and it's the same on Blue Sky. I don't know. If you're not post-op, I think the worries are more legitimate. I personally would not care, but I don't think it's crazy. We have that one again.
My fucking phone alarm's been going off. I couldn't even hear it. Yeah, this should have just been an edited video.
I do think that
and they should have had a full script.
Anymore, it makes sense to bring it back. The
like
sex element.
There's like
sex-focused.
5 things I could have
it's still going. It's just,
suggested if I had seen this
We're at
beforehand.
104.50, by the way.
Oh wait, I thought you were watching your ad.
Oh no, I'm at 104.50.
No, I'm still.
Okay,
still-
sorry about that. Again, I told you, gang,
103.45.
excuse the technical difficulties here. That's all on me. I'm a boomer
Oh my
when this
God.
comes to this
Okay.
stuff. So yeah.
All right, so I'm at 103.45. You ready?
And tomfoolery, this is with the direct permission, I should say, of the people whose messages were leaked. So don't go over leaked messages. Again, the victims of the leak are here, and they are going over it with me. This is something I have received consent for. Cool? Cool. I'm at 104.53. We good?
103.45.
103.45. Let me go back there for you. Okay. You ready?
Yep.
Yeah, go.
So, actually, wait. Go back a tiny bit further. Sorry. Like 103, about 30.
103.30.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
You can link timestamps. Why didn't you just have linked timestamps?
So here she is asking these people in particular to jump in on that. Stop projecting onto other people, immediately projects onto Gammy.
Okay, so pause for a second. So, like, again, he imagines the idea that this is the same conversation, but it's clearly not. If you check the timestamps, it's very different. And also, if he looked at what was being replied to, he would have seen it was very different. And he focuses on a comment that Brianna makes here, saying, "I
This is
think
a different
I really
conversation
think
to
trans
what?
Twitter is as terrible as Gamergate." And she says this in reference to the fact that a large subset of people involved in this engage in targeted harassment campaigns against anyone they don't like, up
Ironic.
to and including sending death threats. And in this response, in this respect, she is completely correct. And like the response that we received from these leaks kind of proves that.
Noted.
So yeah, that's the point of this.
Fair
The point I
enough.
want to make here.
Are we good to go?
Yep.
The Blue Sky conversation, that bitch is fucking crazy. I really think trans Twitter is as terrible as Gamergate, and it's the same on Blue Sky. I don't know. If you're not post-op, I think the worries are more legitimate. I personally would not care, but I don't think it's crazy. We have that one again.
Oh no. I mean, I don't know what Gamergate was like. I heard it was pretty bad. I
do
feel
think
like
that was transgender
this
anymore, it makes
this level of harassment
Okay,
over
again,
fucking
pause.
nothing is akin to that sort of like feeling.
104.40.
But they're not
104.43.
demonstrating it. They're
Okay,
not showing the
so
harassment. They
he's
should
also
have just
focusing on the
gone
sex
with the
element of all of
harassment
this, which like we
and
are.
like the
But the reason
stuff.
is, as previously mentioned, that is the difference between people who do transition and people who don't medically transition, right? It's about differentiating those experiences and just having language to to explain that. He kind of implies that doing this is bad, but he never actually makes a case for why it is. He just kind of assumes his audience is going to nod along and agree with him. It's all about the implication rather than actually basing his claims in facts, really.
Noted.
So, yeah, I'm going to hit play now.
What would have been more impactful if they had these things closer together? Because I don't know what they're talking about with the framing there.
This is just
and I'm
personal
paying
stuff,
attention.
this bit. I don't know why he included it at all.
So, here. I don't know how to hype you up for the scholarship, to be honest. I think you should. You're a woman, you have the opportunity to move up in the world, and if you don't believe it, you are viewed as a woman and treated as such by the person who recommended it to you. This nonsense about I'm taking it from an actual woman, quote unquote, is just brainworms and faux moral panic shit. Brianna says, I get it, I really do. I was homeless when I transitioned, but I would not be able to do what I do now if I have done sex work. There's just a lot of life ahead. This is about sex work, incidentally. So replying to Brianna Wu, but at the same time, y'all, is this really what you want to be defined as? No matter what you do in your career from here, this is why people are going to attack you. This is what people are going to attack you with. I mean, I've always worked in this kind of industry when I'm not a maid. My first real job was at Adam and Eve, and I was told straight up I was hired because of chasers.
This bit just doesn't really show anything. It's mostly just personal information, details about people's lives.
Yeah, again, not redacted, just shown up. Again, if
but obviously I don't agree with.
I'm going to pause it. I'm at 106.20. But again, this is important to show the callous disregard that for people's personal lives and personal details about their lives that they may not want public because this is a private thing. And again, in his eagerness to target Brianna Wu, he has, again, without redacting anything, shown like that person that was talking about being in sex work. Do they want that known publicly? I don't know.
Sunday definitely doesn't.
Sunday does.
There you go. Good.
But now we all do. Does anyone else understand? Again, we've seen what Sunday has tried to paint here dishonestly, and we've been over some of that. But
lower than the actual. You know, it's a rigged deal. My financial statements are much lower than the actual net worth.
Much lower.
And your fake Attorney General of New York who's driving business out, who's letting murderers run all over the city. They don't do anything to murderers that are running all over the city. The Attorney General is a racist, Letitia James.
I don't know why you linked me that. In front of children. Okay, that's why.
I don't know what that panel is, so I don't know what that means.
Because he's
confused as what the kindest course
insane.
Almost no
I don't know.
health outcomes.
I'm a little bit irritated at the thing that we're watching right now. Sorry, guys.
I mean, this is just true. I mean, again, this is kind of taken as vague evidence of Brianna being like a trans medicalist. But all she's saying here is where I'm legitimately confused is what the kindest course of action is. Like, okay, well, what's wrong with vague confusion and the fact that like the factual statement that there is not a lot of science about the health outcomes here. Like there is just there's nothing really egregious about any of what's being said here, and it's not transmedicalist either, which is
yes, it's again the opposite of what's being portrayed as. Sunday has again over and over implied publicly that Brianna Wu is a transmedicalist, and again this shows not that she is a transmedicalist, but in fact that she is arguing against a transmedicalist with arguments that would perhaps convince or try to convince a transmedicalist. And the implication of that isn't that she's also a transmedicalist.
Something that probably would have been good is to have a collection.
She disagrees with the transmedicalist. It is trying to change your opinion.
It would probably be better if they had all of the claims that she's a transmedicalist in a row, right? And then all of the proof that she's not, and then gone after the next point. And then done the same thing for all of the points that she doesn't like non-binary people, and then all of the evidence against that, right? Like that's the way that this should have probably been formatted. I would think, like, just if I'm like armchair doing this from the sideline, that's probably the best way to go about it. But fuck me, dude.
Metal strife. That's really interesting and sad. I think socially I have no issue respecting their pronouns. Like the nippleless top surgery fad seems like a massive red flag. Yeah. I hate them for pushing the pronoun bullshit so far. Fair, it's insanity.
Okay, pause.
I got an ad, so give me a second.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, pause. Good.
Okay, so 107.14.
107.13, but fair enough.
Okay, yeah, sure. So yeah, so Brianna says here, I have no issue respecting their pronouns, whatever, blah blah blah. And then Cactus brings up two things: nippleless top surgery and neopronouns. And Brianna kind of vaguely agrees that, oh, sorry, she brings up pronoun stuff, or the pronoun bullshit, or whatever it is she says, and it's just what it demonstrates is just two very specific issues that Brianna has here. It's nippleless top surgery and neopronouns, and that's it. Or pronoun stuff, which, you can take that to mean whatever you want, I guess. Just vague pronoun.
It got better from the beginning. I will at least give them that. They kind of picked it up.
The implication is that this is an inherent attack on non-binary people, and it's just not. Like, that nothing here says, I do not support non-binary people from Brianna. It's just reading things that aren't there, basically.
Again, this isn't an accident. I want to reiterate this. This isn't an accident. This is something that Sunday is purposefully doing. Again, if you trust Sunday after this, and again, we're going to keep going. There's more. I don't know what to tell you. This is a pattern of repeated behavior that he is engaged in, and we are seeing live now on screen how he has purposefully deceived, lied, and misrepresented over and over and over again, taking things that are the exact opposite of what he's implying and saying that, oh, look, she's a trans medicalist, when in fact, no, she's arguing against a trans medicalist. He's either retarded, which he might be,
based,
or
let's go, Wick. Call him retarded again.
$5 from Parallax. I ordered my Wick spicy tonight, and I got it. Y'all better watch out, because I'm angry. I do not like people who go after and attack with vicious lies people that don't deserve it. Right? If this
don't give Sunday an out. Well, the out would be that he's retarded, which I don't know if that's
I want
much
to
of an
point out
out.
to the callous disregard of the people he showed to every single person around her, because these people, let's be real, do not care about trans people. President Sunday is J.K. Rowling's strongest warrior. J.K. Rowling is sitting back, clapping, cheering this on, saying, you have done more for me than Brianna Wu ever could. You have targeted, harassed, and led and tried to get fired trans people, right? Like, let's be real here with who is the villain in this story. Let's be real, okay? But we'll continue. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
107.13. Let's go.
Yep.
And here we go. Lol, Void Zonya. You remember Zonya? We talked to Zonya before. Started a shitstorm tonight. Doe came up. This is in a GC. I don't know what group chat this is, but apparently there's another group chat. Doe came up and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. This is Wu.
So who cares?
This is Brianna.
Okay, pause for a second here.
Okay.
So
Demon Mob.
Brianna is not saying that she agrees with the position. She's saying that Zonya presented it to her and she thinks it's plausible. That's kind of it. There's
Well, she's saying that
it's again the implication.
That's not exactly true, because if we rewind it, and I want to be, again, I don't want to be inaccurate here. I want to make sure that this is very accurate. Now we rewind it just a tid so we can see it, because that's so. What was said was, LOL, Void Zonya started a shitstorm tonight. Doe came up and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. So again, Zonya didn't make that. Brianna Wu,
it was Zonya's position. And Brianna thinks it's plausible. It's not an outright saying, "Oh yeah, I agree with this 100%." I don't think it's like signing off on it completely. I think kind of painting it that way is pretty disingenuous, really.
Fair enough, but it was something Brianna Wu actually said. She repeated. It might not be her stance, but she repeated it.
Yeah,
so I think that's fair.
There's no context provided for how it was repeated, though.
Sure, I don't know if it was repeated in a negative way or a positive way or anything like that, but she does call it very plausible.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we ready to go on? 107.47.
Don't give them anything.
Yep.
They don't deserve it.
Demon Mama is in the group chat, and I didn't know they were dating. Lol. Well, then the police came and it was all over. I mean, then I asked what she did for a living. That also didn't go over well. Not she.
That is a funny thing to ask.
then apparently this is the only group chat with a good T-source. I don't know why we even included that. And then here, Doe didn't detransition because they still consider themselves trans, but agender and believe trans is an amorphous blob of a term that means a political statement against the societal concept of gender. But they have stopped taking hormones because they also believe hormones are a weapon of societal construct of gender assimilation, and hormones should be a tool to be played with, not a medical usage, because all gender should be abolished. It's not entirely true. No, that is not well.
Okay, pause for just a second here. So yeah, this message about Doe, the first one, I don't think that's true. I think that's a weird claim. The implication here as well is that Brianna is signing off on this and saying, oh, okay, well, Doe is unwell. This is something that Sunday says specifically later, that Brianna is calling non-binary people unwell behind their backs. She was responding to a specific description of a person who happens to be non-binary, and not even necessarily saying that that was a true statement, just saying that that was a description of somebody who sounds unwell. And I don't think that's like an unreasonable thing to say. Like if somebody says, oh,
There might be evidence of what? That's a degradation kink?
Done X horrible thing. You're like, oh God, that's awful. That sounds really bad. You aren't wholesale agreeing with that as being true about that person. You're just saying, okay, that description is bad. That sounds bad if it's true. I think that's what's happening here.
It's like if I hear like, it's like, damn, that's crazy, right? Like when someone tells you that someone did something wrong, like, oh, did you hear that? I don't know. Did you hear that? The Trib, killed all those people? Oh, damn, that's crazy. That's horrible if it happened. That's not. It's not saying I think that happened. That's not saying I agree with that happening. It's damn, that's crazy. $20 from Temperate Takes. Now get rid of the ads. LOL. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. You ready to keep on going?
Yeah, sure.
108.52.
Yep.
Let's go.
So,
any person who associates with the DM is unwell or is lie based.
Okay.
Oh, pause for just a second.
Okay, hold on.
So, Sunday begins here. This is kind of his closing for this segment. So this is a kind of lengthy tirade against us where he pretends he's just posted some career-ending shit when in reality all he's got done is gone through some clips of nonsense in a private group chat that 99% of people would agree with if they actually understood the context it was in and the actual meaning being conveyed rather than Sunday's dogshit, bad faith interpretation of it. It doesn't contradict things that Brianna has said in public. She's been supportive of non-binary people like the whole time. She has some specific issues, yeah, sure. But nothing that was said in this chat was ever against like the fundamental concept of non-binary identity or supporting non-binary people or whatever. It's all just nothing really. He makes some specific claims in his rant that we will go over as he makes them. So I'm at 109.09.
I'm at 109.08. It's close enough. You ready?
Okay, great. No. Yep, let's go.
Here's where we're at. The people who are running interference for Brianna are aware of this. This stuff is not secret. This may be a private group chat, but there are people here. This is not like some exclusive crowd. I think even Chud Logic is in this group. This stuff is just out there. It's brazen. And it would be one thing if this was somebody who was upfront about her positions. You'd have nothing more to say to her at that point. But I disagree with you. I think your positions are ill-founded. In fact, I think some of them are motivated by prejudice and bigotry. And I think recommending that we drop these people for political reasons, I think that's ill-founded.
I think recommending that we drop these people, meaning non-binary people, for political reasons is ill-founded. Where in those leaks did he substantiate the idea that Brianna wants to drop non-binary people for political reasons?
True, thank you.
Nowhere, because it was never said. Yeah. He just kind of relies on the implication of these clipped conversations to make his point for him. And that's, as I said at the beginning, this is basically how this whole stream went. I'm going to see a few more claims that he makes where this is also true. So I'm going to play now.
I think it's not only ill-founded, I think it's going to have a perverse result. I think it's actually going to hurt the trans movement as a whole overall. That would be the discussion. The issue with this is that she's being disingenuous. While she is mocking non-binary people behind their backs and calling them unwell and
individuals,
mocking non-binary people behind their backs,
individuals,
and calling them unwell. She was not mocking non-binary people. She called pronoun stuff insanity and said that, or actually, she didn't even say that. She said yeah to a comment that that somebody
With
else
dot, dot,
posted calling
dots.
pronoun stuff
With an
insanity.
ellipses.
And she wasn't calling non-binary people unwell either. She said one completely incorrect description of a non-binary person sounded like somebody who was unwell. That was it. And he's kind of extrapolating this and taking it to mean that she's saying non-binary people are unwell.
Wu did mock Benny. I mean, that's
Betty
clear.
is not non-binary.
I don't know if Benny's non-binary or not, but
well, I have a clip of Benny saying that she is a trans woman. So
either way, even if she was non-binary, mocking a specific non-binary person isn't mocking non-binary people. That's what I want to kind of again stress here, that President Sunday once again lying and saying she's mocking non-binary people, implying that it's the whole group, when instead it's one, maybe two people. Individuals. Again, they're not mocking the group, they're mocking you specifically. You specifically. Which,
yeah,
I don't know, is that wrong? It's uncouth, it's mean, but again, to imply that her making fun of Benny and maybe making, even if, let's grant that she was making fun of Dell. Let's grant that is mocking the non-binary movement and the non-binary group.
We did it.
That is insanity. To imply those things is insanity. It's dishonesty at a fundamental level. It's just incorrect. It's just not true. Are we ready to keep going? I'm at 110.
I love Sunday's chat. Wait. They're acting like non-binary trans women don't exist?
And insisting on a
Who
return to
fucking
medicalist
said
definitions
that?
of being trans, which is what that is.
Okay, pause. Again, sorry. She never says this at all. There's no insistence on returning to medical definitions of being trans. There is a comment, it's a couple of comments where she says we should start using language that distinguishes between people who medically transition and people who don't. It's not saying getting rid of, it's not saying returning to a medicalist definition of being trans as a whole. It's just about having language that makes that distinction. That is all that was shown in this chat.
Magic bow with
and
a
once
witch.
again, this is a direct lie. A direct lie. Saying that Brianna Wu wants to get rid or return to a transmedicalist definition is not only not supported by the evidence, but is contradicted by the evidence. Once again, the evidence being that Brianna Wu is arguing against a transmedicalist. The one here, Jenny Matrix, right? Arguing against and presenting evidence to suggest that not only are non-binary people real, but the W path takes them seriously and has things to say about it. Again, this is just so slimy. So slimy. Such dishonesty. Again, if you trust this man after this, I don't know what to tell you. This is just
trans,
incorrect.
trans from, okay, thank you.
1:10:45.
Human sexuality equalized non-binary.
She's saying this.
Just
I
I would
wanted
have
to
to
put
think
on
about
record
that.
that I unequivocally support non-binary people.
I've already
Anyone that
finished
says
it.
otherwise is lying for clout. Brianna Wu has just said in unequivocal terms that she doesn't support this. In fact, Brianna Wu sees non-binary people as competing for control of the steering wheel. They need to be reined in.
Okay,
They're
pause. So, again,
Wait, is this the
just
only one I
kind of
haven't
true, as we
beaten?
went over earlier. You know, transsexuals
shit, let's
and those who aren't transitioning are obviously going to have some competition within the movement
I'll have
for
to look at that.
control of what the narrative should be and what the correct direction for advocacy should be, because these groups have goals that don't always align with each other, and there's only ever a limited amount of political capital to go around. So I don't see what's so objectionable about this comment. It just seems true, like objectively on the face of it.
And again, this is all based on a single comment that certain groups are trying to take control of the steering wheel, and she's saying they're doing so in an aggressive manner. I mean, fair. They are, though, right?
Oh,
like,
Wick, this isn't the time to
they
do
are.
that.
They're again, because
Wick, this
Brianna
isn't
Wu
the time to do that.
said something that they have spun to be negative about them. Again, it wasn't negative about them. They spun it to be negative about them. She is being targeted and harassed, and yeah, so we're gonna get to that. But are we ready to keep going? 1:11:23.
Yeah, we're right at the end now.
Okay.
There isn't much more to cover on this section.
Cool. Keep going. Are you ready?
Yep.
Go.
Problem. We need to return to saner metrics that insist upon sex binary defined ranges for trans identity.
So pause again. We need to return to saner metrics that insist on sex binary defined ranges for trans identity. It's the same claim again. It's just not true. This has never been said. And this is
Bold-faced, flat-out lie.
Yeah, this is pretty much the last big claim I think that Sunday makes about what was said. I think he ends his rant here. I just received a message saying apparently I misgendered Benny earlier. I also misgendered Sunday, so I hope you understand that was not malicious. That was just me being kind of an idiot, and I apologize for
Nervous.
that.
You apologize.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I don't do these streams very often, so yeah, sorry. So that
it's
is
funny though, if I may. It's funny that they will use this as evidence that everything you said was just incorrect, while again ignoring the lies that we've demonstrated that Sunday has told. Closing their eyes, plugging their ears, la 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 la. This challenges my world beliefs and worldviews, and we are incapable of
Wick's getting a little bit too much.
reckoning with the fact that maybe we've been.
It makes it look like he's coping.
Yeah. So that's about it for the big claims that Sunday makes. But let's go back to my original list of claims at the beginning.
Okay.
So things that Sunday has implied these DMs believe. So Brianna doesn't support non-binary people. Brianna wants to exclude non-binary people from the trans community for political reasons. That she is a trans medicalist. That she's lying about her positions on trans issues. Private and public stances on these issues are contradictory, and that she's using this group chat to coordinate harassment and bullying. Do you think any of those claims were substantiated by what we've just gone over?
Absolutely not.
And there you go. That's really, the story here is that this drama is a huge waste of time, and all of the comments that we received over it that we're about to go over were basically for nothing, because there was nothing to even respond to. There was just some cattiness in a few private messages and some conversations where trans medicalists were involved. It's guilt by association is the strongest claim that Sunday can make on the back of all of this. That is it.
So I just want to preface this next part, that if, the accusation is that Brianna Wu might somehow do harm to the trans movement because she's lying about her advocacy. Let's juxtapose that. Let's put this with the harm that President Sunday has directly caused trans individuals. And that's what we're going to go over. Because of his lies and his actions, as a direct result, and we're gonna substantiate this, don't worry, we'll bring them up and we will, again, reference how a lot of the claims that Sunday is making here in the rant you just heard from him are used in the harassment. Again, this harassment is a direct result of Sunday's lies. He purposely targeted Brianna Wu with this. I'm not going to say he purposely targeted anyone else. I don't know he did. I don't think he did. But it doesn't matter if he purposely did or not, because of his callous disregard and disrespect for the privacy of others. He has released their names, released their PFPs, and again,
none of his audience will give a fuck because they don't give a fuck if people they don't like are
a full
hurt.
accounting of all the harassment seen, right? Again, it's not my place. If someone didn't give me direct permission
this part
to
right
share
here
the
is not
harassment
really
that they
bad,
received with them,
then
I'm
it's
simply not going to
it's
do
Jover
that. This is all
in
harassment
terms of this being
that,
like
again,
a hard-hitting rebuttal.
Have approved of me showing, and approved of Jenny, to be clear, showing. So none of this is leaks or anything like that. This is mostly, I believe, public things that were said and done. And so, are we ready to transition to that? How do we want to do this? Do we want to just...
Yeah, so let me just bring up these screenshots.
If you could stream it, we can transition to that easier. Like, if you can stream them, and we can you can make them big, and then we can look at them together. Cool.
I'd rather send them to you if that's all right.
Okay, it's just going to give me a minute with the transition of the screen. But yeah, we could probably do that.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So forgive me if the technical stuff is a little weird right now. I'm waiting for you to send them.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you got to hit enter on these. Waiting on you.
Okay.
But yes, what we're about to see. Okay, here's
I know, this is
let's
why that's
give me a second
so
while I
important,
try to
Shadowrun.
figure out.
If he
Man,
doesn't
I really
actually,
wish we would have streamed these, but
if they don't have strong
we're gonna
evidence
open
of
it
like
up and
harassment,
hopefully we can figure out a way to make it captured in the OBS. Give me a second.
Oh man.
Okay, let's see if I can window capture this.
That's why this is so important.
Let's try this. Okay. Bigger.
Oh, they're all just gonna say these are based. Damn.
Okay, I think we got the first one up. Almighty God, please kill this white demon.
Yeah, I think that one was directed at me. Can you share your screen or?
I can't. Again, I can't share it with
Okay,
you.
sure.
I will just read them out as we go. Fair enough. Are we ready for the next one?
Yeah.
There's a lot. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
there are a bunch of these.
What's wrong with you beyond being British? Okay, the British one's fair. The British one's fair.
Oh yeah, no, I'll own up to that. That's fair enough.
Fucking limeys. You feel...
I will admit the allegations.
Sure. You seem like a real hideous person inside and out. Okay, let's keep going. And check the dates on all these. These are all after the 27th, right? 27th and after.
Oh man.
She's literally a racist, anti-LGBTQ right-wing piece of shit, and you're defending her. Child's IQ. You're both garbage. Feel free to go fuck yourselves. Shut the fuck up. You suck. Damn, this dumb bitch really thinks anyone thinks she's sorry. Get fucked, transphobe. With all due respect, go fuck yourself, you slimy shitbag. Update. I realize that this RT is in fact much worse than it seems, and on behalf of the marginalized communities you claim to be an ally to, go fuck yourself. This is to Brianna Will, correct?
I think these ones were replying to my tweet where I made a pretty unapologetic statement about everything that Sunday had
His
shown.
chat's just saying
with
based and
a
true and
picture
based and true and
of
true
him,
and based.
holding a sign saying the most based thing ever.
Most based thing ever. Fair enough. But
Yeah.
again, this is again
And
directly
they were
a result.
responding to responding to the fact that Brianna retweeted it at one point.
A harassment again.
When
This is
he
harassment.
told me about
is
this,
what
I thought
is.
it was going to be
This is targeted harassment. Let's not make any bones about it. This is what this is. Okay. Now,
It
I'm
is,
not.
but
I'm
they're
not
not
calling for any
gonna
of these
care
people to
about
report it or
this.
whatever. I'm just showcasing.
And most people won't.
Again, if you believe harassment does, like, it is harmful to some extent, if you believe that, this is a direct result of Sunday's lies. And remember, we've showcased how these were lies. Let's keep going. You're gross. I know you think you're being, like, cool or whatever, but all I see is a fucking loser with no real friends resorting to pathetic bully shit on Twitter. LOL.
Ironic.
Willow, shut the fuck up. And then it lists a bunch of stuff you said.
Pretty standard. The next one is like one of the most interesting, I think.
Okay.
You and your compatriots support this. So this is replying to me, which happened a few days ago. So apparently, because I was in a alleged transmedicalist group chat, I support terrorist threats made against schools. Kind of a wild thing to say
It is a little
over
wild.
that. And remember, this is the most nothing drama that has ever happened. And because of it, I apparently support terrorism.
Yeah, I know. I have it up.
What the fuck happened now? Brianna Wu chats leaked where she was being racist, transphobic, etc. And this is how the lies spread. This isn't harassment really, but this is again showcasing how the lies have spread, right? Again, none of these things were shown as... Oh, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I took these to kind of underline the point that I made earlier about how when Brianna said, the only thing that she said about BLM was, I didn't say anything about the BLM riots because I didn't want the trouble. And this is exactly what she was talking about, was people accusing her of being racist because she said something about the BLM riots specifically. Not BLM, not the George Floyd protests or anything like that, but the riots, very specific. And now apparently that's been taken as evidence she's racist. It's just fucking ridiculous. And they're proving our point. We got a couple of these.
Brianna Wu has been obviously a dipshit for a long time. See her saying insane comments about moon rocks, as well as
those comments were pretty funny, I will say.
Oh, I don't know anything about those. So maybe that's correct. I don't know. As well as being an insufferable centrist lib masquerading as a leftist, so her also being a racist transphobe is completely unsurprising to me. Once again, nothing was racist that was said. There was nothing transphobic that was said. In fact, it's the complete opposite. But because, again, of President Sunday's purposeful, targeted harassment of Brianna Wu, these lies are spreading, creating a pylon, and more harassment that is happening. And the lies that are being spread is character assassination directly. And again, if you think this is no big deal, I can't help you. You're gone. You're lost to us. Fair enough. Brianna Wu has been coasting on goodwill of being a victim of Gamergate for years while being an awful person and an out-of-touch rich girl. But more and more of that goodwill is running out as she continues to be racist, ableist, and transphobic.
And read those out loud, and then just had the other ones scrolling slowly to show how much.
We got a lot to go through, gang. We'll get them. You missed all the Brianna Wu stuff? I envy. But group chat messages were leaked, revealing her as super transphobic and racist, and just as a general bitch. And she tried to say it was out of context, but all her likes revealed no remorse. Brianna Wu is transphobic and racist, and Keffels is sort of defending her, and you see how the pylon increases, the secondary sanctions of anyone saying, hey, stop, these are lies. And we can see this in my chat, too, with Sunday dick riders, people who have his cock so far down their throat they can't distinguish reality anymore. Again, purposefully lying and leading targeted harassment against trans people. J.K. Rowling is proud of you. You're going to get a medal from her soon, any day, I promise you. Keep it up, gang. Keep it up. This is the stuff, right, that conservatives' wet dreams are made of. But let's keep going. Okay, we already got there. She literally said the only reason I didn't shit talk BLM was because I'd get in trouble. Pronoun insanity has gone too far. I regret ever supporting trans rights. We just went over the leaks. Did anyone see anything like that? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be a Wick, not a Sunday. Let's be honest. Again, this stuff, the lies, they spread. The targeted hate, it spreads. And at 8 o'clock at the top of the hour, we're going to be in Karina Cohn on to discuss that specifically. But for now, let's get through these. I'll try to go a little faster.
Yeah, sure.
Jenny Matrix is one I will say is a literal turf. Are you a turf?
No, I'm not, in fact.
Oh, man, fades away into nothing. Anyway, I'll be pissing on your grave. That's to Jenny. It's really funny to see Brianna ripping on someone's appearance after leveraging how ugly she is to pretend to be trans online. Okay.
The implications of this one are just kind of wild. You know, there's so many layers to this. First of all, that Brianna is pretending to be trans. That's a ridiculous thing. Also, leveraging how ugly you are to be
That's
trans,
a really bad one.
implying that you can even do that as kind of telling on yourself, you know. Pretty
Yeah,
funny.
are you saying that trans people are ugly?
They're a couple of seconds
seems
behind.
To be the implication.
And these are the people who are like supposed to be
these are
ripping on her for
J.K. Rowling's strongest warriors. To be clear,
yeah.
Be frank.
And their apparent critiques are that she has been mean about someone's appearance in a group chat, and they're saying shit like this publicly.
Sure.
It's like, okay, I don't think you people actually believe in anything. You're just kind of scumbags jumping on any
And
opportunity.
again,
you
the
can to
reason
shit on
I want
someone.
to reiterate, because people are like, do you know what targeted harassment is? It's when you make a video about someone online, you do not redact any of the other members, you call them racist, transphobic, etc. You continually post under their tweets about how, well, this is what they did. This is targeted harassment. That absolutely is. If you don't agree with that, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm not on Kick. I'm not on Twitch, right? Oh, I don't know if YouTube has a toss against what I want to tell you to do, so I'm just not going to say it. But seek help, go to therapy, take your meds. You're off your rocker. You're insane. Come on, let's go. It's really funny to see Brianna ripping on someone's. Oh, we already did that. And someone saying it's true. This may sound mean, Brianna, because it is, but maybe you shouldn't be so quick to shit on other people's physical experience. Right, again, just being mean. Brianna Wu shitting on people she doesn't consider super hot. Also, Brianna Wu, content warning for jump scare. And then just post a picture of her from 2017. Classy.
I mean, it's
Brianna Wu
harassment for
calling other
sure.
people
I
ugly
just
is
don't think that
insane.
they
Even if
framed
these
it
things
well
were
in the
private,
beginning.
why would you
This
open
is all really
yourself up
bad.
to the same type of contents? I don't
That there's
think
so
that,
much
that
of
was
it.
just like, don't call people ugly, and I agree with that. I can't get over a pseudo-stealth lady trying to be the arbiter of trans and or left politics
so that
and
one's
style
directly saying
when
she
looks
doesn't
like
pass. You should
force-femmed
hammer
Mitch
that
McConnell.
in. Hammer that one in. That
Brianna
they're saying
Wu
that she
is an
doesn't pass.
annoying and
Okay, bye.
clocky cis woman, and so she has to make it our problem. Good news, she's trans, LMFAO. So Brianna Wu is transphobic. Isn't she trans? Also, she's brave as fuck to call trans women ugly men when she looks like that. Again,
and
we went over the
point out the
leaks.
difference.
She wasn't calling trans people ugly. She was saying that Benny
Point out that it was in private.
was ugly. Let's say that, or had bad fashion sense. And that was bad. To be clear, she should not have done that. That was wrong. But again,
It was in private. It was in private. It was in private. Say it. Bitch.
Brianna Wu is not in any position to call other people ugly.
You're
Brianna Wu
doing
has a
all
lot of
this
nerve to be one of the most
publicly, you
unfortunate looking
fucking
hatchet-faced
cunts.
people on this website, calling
Like-
trans girls ugly in her little group chat of similarly disaffected freaks. Wonderful say about a group of trans people, calling them freaks. Beautiful. J.K. Rowling applauds you. Why don't you do humanity a favor and cure yourself? Again, Jenny Matrix's statement is, against me there is no antidote. All you can do is kill me. This is, again, a direct call to kill herself, saying go kill yourself to a trans person. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, something I just like really want to highlight here, like about the comments about the personal appearance. What we said was private and focused on how
Yeah,
one
I disavow.
person
Yeah,
dressed.
because he knows the fucking
These
tactics.
are very public, and they are not talking about how we're dressed at all. They are just going
We've hyped
after
this
our
up too much for what it was.
And in some cases, including this one, to kill yourself.
Oh yeah, there's a few of those as well.
Player tip.
Kill
yourself.
Yeah. No real.
UK.
Don't have to read into that one.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh no, I meant the one before. You know, the implication that there isn't. It's not even an implication. You know,
Yes.
Most people do that, but
UK, keep yourself safe. I don't know what this. Well, no, we do know what this is trying to imply. That they're going to find you and hurt you. That's what they're trying to imply. Again, as a direct result of Sunday's lies, people, again, are threatening with physical harm and encouraging trans people to kill themselves.
and not just
this is you.
Not just
Sunday.
Sunday's lies. Not just Sunday's lies. His failure to redact this information, and his posting of it multiple times, saying our names, knowing that his community knows who some people in that chat are. There were people. If you look at his stream and
Yeah,
you
but
look
they
at the
don't
chat,
care
there are
about
people
harm to you
name
guys.
dropping me and Cactus because they know who we are. They're familiar with us. Some
Yeah,
of them
they're
at least.
harassing you. They're here because they know you're here to harass you. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the result that Sunday wanted. You know, if he he didn't even say, now guys, don't go after these people. You know, to her credit, I think Demon Mama did a stream a couple of days ago. It was dreadful. She said some really awful shit. But to her credit, at the beginning of the segment, she says to her viewers, do not go after these people. Don't send them harassment or anything like that. But Sunday, if you watch his video, didn't do anything of the sort. There was no comment about not going after us. He just kind of left it be. And when you're somebody who's doing this kind of thing, you, if you have the experience that Sunday does with doing this, and he's gone after people multiple times, you know how people are going to react when you say this stuff. He's been online for long enough, in these spaces for long enough, to know what the impact is going to be, and he did nothing to try and stop it, which, frankly, when you know that, is tantamount to endorsement. There's no two ways about that, really.
Okay.
He just doesn't care about the collateral damage of these
Okay, the keep
campaigns of
yourself
his.
safe comment,
And
they're
by
not
the way,
coping
yeah,
about that.
I got a
in-
couple more things. So, Wick, I think there's a tweet that you wanted to bring up about one of Sunday's fans.
Oh, Insomnia Nor. You want to skip to that part? We can. We'll get to these. We're on the low tier god meme here.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'll scroll up. I posted it to you.
Yeah.
Leaking all the DMs.
Okay, this is Insomnia Nor. Hey, tagging some progressive victory where Brianna Wu works with them. How are you feeling about partnering with a pack that is headed by a trans medicalist? Once again, targeting Brianna Wu directly, her place of work, based on a lie. This is directed, targeted harassment. Somnianor, Coffin Builder, if you're out there, if you're watching this still, shame on you. Fuck yourself. You have lost all credibility. You do not care about trans people or other people. You want to, again, if they disagree with you, or even if you think they disagree with me, you will use lies and slander to try to get them deplatformed. And not just from a platform, but from
And
their
then
jobs.
they're saying the Insomnia War person saying based, yes, I'll own this.
Yeah, I think Rose Malay as well.
Oh,
Also,
Rose Malay did it
apparently-
too. I don't have the tweet on up,
Yeah.
but Rose Malay has been doing that as well.
Apparently, yeah, made a call to try and make that happen. Yeah, there was a screenshot a second ago, actually, Wick. I think you misinterpreted the keep yourself safe one. So the implication isn't keep yourself safe because someone's going to do something to you. It's the acronym KYS.
Oh, kill you. Okay, so directly. To
These
harm
last
yourself.
ones are all.
That's not
These last
better.
ones are all
Okay,
about.
so
you know,
yeah, it's
go
just
kill yourself.
There's more kill yourself memes, and here's low tier god. We all know what this means. Again,
Yeah, there were others of these as well, but a lot of them were like sent by people who then quickly blocked me or deleted their tweets, so I couldn't get a hold of them.
and again, this is just the ones directed at the people who said, okay, you can show them. This is just the ones that we can show, right?
Oh no, these are just a tiny handful of ones that I found in like 20 minutes, half an hour or so. There's way more. If you just type in like Brianna Wu into the Twitter search bar right now and scroll, it will not take long. In fact,
yeah, we don't have, right?
Yeah, sure.
We don't have the
Won't
time.
take long to find this kind of stuff.
We don't have the time. But I guess in closing, right? Because well, first of all, was there anything else you wanted to share, or anything else you felt was important to go over?
I think that was really it for the harassment side of things. But yeah, just to kind of underline the point, this was all nothing, really. Sunday didn't prove anything. He instigated a multiple day-long harassment campaign against me and a few friends of mine for no reason, really, just because he has political disagreements with us. And it was just a really scummy thing to do. And I think that's just the kind of person Sunday is. I think he enjoys doing that. That's about all I have to say.
Fair enough. I guess I'll end with this, right? To his sycophants, I don't think this will convince them. But I think to anyone watching or anything in passing, I think we've demonstrated very clearly that not only were President Sunday's claims not supported by the evidence that he provided, to be clear, but that the exact opposite, that the evidence that he provided proved the exact opposite. Not only is Brianna Wu not a trans medicalist, but she was arguing and trying to convince trans medicalists out of their position. Not only does she not support non-binary people, but she made an effort to actively advocate in private for their needs in existence. Does she agree with every single thing that President Sunday thinks, or Doe thinks, or Demon Mom thinks? Probably not. But that's okay. To act and to imply that this was some sort of, that she is a secret racist, transphobic, trans medicalist is not only false, but a downright lie. It's just not true. And we've gone over and demonstrated that over and over and over again. It is very clear. Now, if you want to follow along at home, if you don't want to go through my boring voice or whatever and go through the clips, Jenny Matrix is going to be making this document available to the public soon. Where can people find it when it's time for it to come out? I know you got to do editing and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'll post it on I'll post a link to it on Twitter. I'll put it on my website, heterodoxtakes.com. And if you want to follow me, it's at heterodoxtakes on Twitter. But yeah, I kind of just want to get this over with, because it's, again, the most boring drama that has ever happened, and it should never have become what it did.
And yet here we are again. Sunday, purposely targeting trans women in order to, again, direct harassment their way, as well as get them removed from their positions of public power, because he claims that they are trans medicalists, but he provides no evidence to support that, and instead provides counter evidence that counters his claim. I hope all of you watching will at least have an open mind with this. Go through this again. Go through it on your own time, and once the document's up, if you prefer that format, you can read through it. But this was pretty clear. I don't know how else we could have made it clearly. It's we went through step by step, point by point. I don't know if you disagree. I guess I can't help you. You're too far gone. Yeah. Anything else?
Nope. That is about everything.
Jenny, thank you for being willing to come on.
Thank you for hosting me. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Give me a second.
I want to see what this person says for a couple of seconds, but then I gotta go.
But yeah, no, that was pretty clear. Shame on you, President Sunday, for lying. Shame on the people who spread those lies. Brianna Wu should not have been mean in a group chat and made fun of someone's appearance. That was wrong. That was bad. She should not have done that. But she led no targeted harassment. Not this time, at least. I can't speak for anything she's done in the past. We're keeping laser focus on this instance right now. We weren't going to go, and again, it's beyond the scope of this document, and it's beyond the scope of this manifesto, to go through other times President Sunday has lied, misconstrued in order to target and harass others. Other people have made takedowns of those. This was beyond the scope of what we were trying to do here. Once again, we've clearly demonstrated this. You can disagree if you like. You're just stupid at this point, right? And you should not be taken seriously. And that's fine. It's a good litmus test for people who are honest and people who are dishonest. Now, you can... The little wiggling details, fair, fine enough. But with again, if you come out of that, reading that, and think and claim that Brianna Wu is a trans medicalist, you don't know what words mean, right? You don't know how to read at a fundamental level. Yeah, that's it. Cool. 8 o'clock. We have Karina Cohn coming on. We got some other people coming on.
And who is this
and we're gonna
supposed
be
to
talking about, right? What leads to this kind of behavior? What leads to this targeted harassment of people who even are painted out to and lied to have disagreed with the orthodoxy? Why are they so keen to keep their mouths shut? What happens to them if they don't? We saw some of that. This feeds into that topic, and we'll be going over that. Karina Cohn, Heads Heterodorks podcast, which you can find on YouTube and Twitter, I believe. You should check it out. But we're gonna have her on in a moment. Until then, let me send her that invite. Parallax, you want on? I'll bring you on for a minute. You're live. You had something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to simply add that I think it bears worth mentioning, and you did touch on that it is a pattern of behavior. This isn't the first time. It definitely won't be the last. It's the worst kind of social ladder climbing. And I would really like to get him to publicly talk with me about the last time he did it, because I've already got him to privately concede his entire point regarding erudite. So I'd like to issue the challenge for you to come have that conversation and be willing to say publicly what you said privately, which is that the layman would not understand the distinction between psychometrist and psychometrician. Therefore, there would be no distinction to be made if she used either title. So this is the second time he's used a broad stroke or a broad brush to mischaracterize someone just in the last 6 months.
Why is this more damning than the entire fucking thing that they said
private
before?
Conversation. I'm not gonna host it
That's
here.
fine. That's why I asked him to come have it publicly.
Okay. You guys can set that up. I'll host if you like. I don't know if he trusts me to be a fair moderator at this point, but I don't care. It's up to you. It's up to what you guys want to do. But that's fair enough. And again, it bears repeating. It was beyond the scope of what we were trying to do here today. But this is an evidence pattern of behavior of targeted harassment, especially of women, including at this point trans women, for reasons. So I don't know exactly why. I have guesses, but it's simply speculation, right? And I wanted to keep these to the facts and just the facts, what was said and what was shown. And yeah, so there you go.
Fair enough. Like I said, I just wanted to establish the pattern of behavior.
Okay, I'll see you later.
I would leave, but I respect you too much. Kick me to the void.
Bye. No, Origin, we're not gonna have you on. Sorry, we all again. There's no power when you say you hate Sunday, because we know, there's nothing there. Sunday could be a saint and you'd still hate him. I don't know what. I mean, it doesn't help. Yeah, but. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this went. I think it was pretty strong. No. We once again, President Sunday claimed
these guys have got to die.
We showed again how he was not.
How much damage do they do per hit?
That she didn't support non-binary people. Again, the evidence did not show that, and the evidence showed, or at least implied, the opposite. So yes, these are just character assassination harassment. Will this hurt him? That's not my point. I'm not trying to hurt Sunday or hurt his viewership. I'm trying to set the record straight, to fight lies with truth. And that's what we do here. We expose lies.
Thank God.
And I think that this is a pretty clear exposition or expose of at least these specific lies that President Sunday told. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, that's it. Let me see if our guests.
All right. Well, it's been a stream. I have to go. It is late. I'm hungry. If I'm live streaming, I don't think after all of that, I think it's not even worth rating out. Sorry about the thing being very boring. I hate to be critical of Wick. I hate to do it, but I think that manifesto could have taken a little bit more work and way more eyes on it. Way more eyes on it. Oh my God. I mean, it's just I'm just looking at like no one in like they're all making fun of Wick in the in Wick's or in Sunday's chat. I don't think anyone in. I mean, we can scroll up really quick. Yeah, I know. This is Wick's chat. El Manifesto. Damn. Pretty disappointing. All right. I love you guys. I'm going to catch you guys later. I'm just going to end stream because it's hard to rate out on Kick and on YouTube, and it's honestly not worth it. Watching it put me to sleep. I know it put people watching to sleep. Wick needs less old men and more old men. I don't understand the reference. All right, I'm ending stream. I love you guys. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.